Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're having a fantastic, fantastic day. Hold on, I see my bot didn't make the announcement, so I guess I will. In Discord. All right. Let me get everything ready, and then we will begin. But in the meantime, how are you today? How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Just realized I forgot to completely turn on one of my lights. Starting off good, starting off good. All right. I believe, wait. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and move on over here. Welcome in, everybody. How are you today? Emmers! Welcome in, Emmers. How are you? Yimit, hello. Yimit, thank you so much for the 140 stream streak, and Emmers for the 130. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciate all of you. What have you been up to today? How's your Saturday going? I hope you guys are ready for a bonus stream. Today, we are going to be playing a game that released on the same day as Donkey Kong Bonanza. We're going to be playing The Drifter, which we received a code for, and I'm very excited to play. It was probably my... this last Next Fest. Probably the standout game to me. It was the one that I was like the most excited about after playing the demo. So I'm very excited to get into it. And it's not just because there are Australian devs. And it's not just because there's Australian voice acting. But that is part of it. But what have you guys been up to today? Are you guys playing games? Are you guys relaxing? Anything fun going on? I pretty much have not done much today. I have some work to do, but I have not done it. And later, I think I might be hanging out with Yvy. I'm very excited about that. I played just a tiny bit more of Donkey Kong Bonanza off stream. Tap! Tap, welcome in. How are you? I played a little bit more of Donkey Kong Bonanza yesterday off stream. Just did some of the more boring collectathon stuff that I was like, it would be so repetitive and boring if you guys were watching it, so I'll just do it off stream. Doing all right. How's it go? How goes it here? It's going pretty good. Oh, I forgot to lower the music. So yeah, now it's going good. How are you today? Bear, hello, welcome in. How are ya? What have you guys been up to today? Yeah, I played just a little bit more off stream. There are these fossils you can collect, I was just like, I'll just try to collect as many of them as possible. So I just did some of that off stream for like 30 minutes or so. And I think I got, I'm missing 5 or something. I have no idea where they are. But how are you? Johnzo, welcome in. Bonus stream, yeah. Well, I really wanted to play this game. Again, it's called The Drifter. Released this past week. And it was very much in my head like a toss-up of like, do we play Donkey Kong? Do we play The Drifter? And so I really wanted to at least play some of it. So we're starting it today, and then next week we'll probably do like Donkey Kong, then The Drifter, until we finish The Drifter. I think it's like an 8-ish hour game maybe. So it might be 2 or 3 streams or something like that, but Slackbot, I know the bot in Discord. I don't think it still has gone off to say that I'm live. Unbelievable. But how are you guys? What are you guys doing today? Tap, Bear, Johnzo? Tell me about your day. Bots these days. What do they? I know. They all want to be generative AI. They all want to be a chat GPT when they can't even tell people I'm live. Gosh. Moving a chair out of the wife's office and getting Hawaiian barbecue. Ooh, that sounds nom nom. Sounds very nom nom. Is that or like you're going to a restaurant or like a place to pick up some food? I was, one random thing that I don't, I feel like you see it more and more now, and I hate it, is like, I feel like there are so many gaming articles now that are just AI nonsense. Like, it's just, like, you can't trust articles anymore. It just is like AI slop, basically. There was some article I saw yesterday or the day before that was about Donkey Kong Bonanza, where it was like just a bunch of like Switch 2 misinformed rumors and stuff, but like it was saying it like it was fact, and I was it was like very clear, like, okay, this is just AI garbage. But and it was from like Forbes or something, which you would imagine would be more reputable. But L&L's, I don't know if it's a chain or something. Oh, that's cool. What are you gonna get? What are you gonna get from the Hawaiian barbecue place? GG, welcome in. There's a YouTube channel I like a lot that is starting a gaming website specifically to counteract that, and it makes me happy. What? That's awesome. Like they're saying it's like gonna be all human written and stuff, which is such a wild thing to say. Like, that's like, it's a weird selling point when that's been the default for many years. AI slop has become such a bigger enemy to me than anticipated. Yeah, it for sure. It's just frustrating to comb through the internet and have to be like, is this AI or is this not? All human written for sure. That's dope. I like that. There, one thing, one smaller way that's been super annoying for that has infiltrated my daily life that AI has ruined. Excuse me. Is when looking for GIFs in Discord. There are so many GIFs now that are AI. And I hate it. I hate it so much. And some of them now, it doesn't help that like the GIFs themselves are smaller. So like, it's easier to initially be like, to not realize it's AI. But then as you watch it, it's like, wait a minute, there's something real weird here. So I've actually, there's been a few times in the Discord where I've like said I'm making coffee or whatever, where I'll post the GIF and then I'll like watch it a second and third time, and then I'll be like, because I typically search for like coffee and then maybe another word. And then I see one, I click on it, I post it, and then as it's like already posted, I sit there and I watch it a couple times and be like, wait, that's AI. So then I'll delete it. I'll find another one that I'm like, this is not AI. Jet, you'll be happy to know that I'm starting a certain series tomorrow. The Expanse, or Veronica Mars, or what could it be? Bear, what is it? My wife's name is Amanda, and she calls a girl in her class AI Amanda because she legit turned in homework done by ChatGPT. Oh no! How did she figure that out? Is it like it was obviously written at like a much higher writing and like reading level, or did they leave the prompt in? Thank you, Bear. The Expanse! Bear, remind me, have you watched The Expanse before? I just don't get it. We want AI to create, surface and consume it and give us just key points. Why did we make AI to consume AI? What are we supposed to do in that equation? Gets off smallest box. Just nothing. It's just allow it to consume it all. Consume our lives and totally. AI Amanda literally left the chat GPT prompt in her response to the teacher. Oh my goodness. You know what? It's funny because that has happened so often, Jonzo, that it's like, because that's what happened with the altars, is they left part of the like prompt in it as well. And I know like people who are pro AI stuff always argue, well, it's supposed to like make it easier so that they don't have to spend as much work on that. They can just polish it up and then work on other stuff. But I'm like, it happens enough where they aren't doing the polishing now. Like they say they only use it for a couple of things, but they're not using the polishing now. They're just copy pasta. Don't worry about it. Don't ever look at it again. I know nothing about it, so it should be a treat. Oh, Bear, you'll have to keep me updated on your watch through. I'll be very excited because I will probably be tempted to rewatch it as well. B Gifter should be an AI consuming us all. Big AI is one of them. There's actually, I'm going to find for you, because Tap, you reminded me of, on Reddit, yesterday, Nick Offerman did an AMA. And one of the top comments asked him about AI, and I thought it was a very like well thought out answer. Here it is. I won't read out the full thing because it's a long comment, but I'll read out some of it. AI Amanda also turns in work that reads nothing like human beings talk. Her class is a creative writing class. So it's a head scratcher that someone would do that. What is this, a high school, college course? Where is this, Jonzo? I love it. Nick Offerman is great. I really liked him in Parks and Rec. But okay, so someone asked him, how do you feel about AI and its use in cinema? His response: I am trying to learn to appreciate that AI might make some human systems better when it comes to drudgery and accounting and such. But anything that springs from human creativity, I firmly don't ever want it to be jobbed out to a robot. The whole point of the arts, I think, is to use our human ingenuity to solve the difficulties of existence and consciousness for one another through all mediums. Without the human intention and spark at the inception of the artwork, I find it rendered flaccid and empty. He then quotes somebody. He basically says that like he really likes. He's like, to make an analogy, I really like old movie performances like Gene Kelly and Jackie Chan, like when they did martial arts. Like, you know that it's because of their dancing prowess, their athletic prowess, or whatever. But he's like, when I see like Marvel films that have a bunch of CG, I lose interest immediately because he thinks that it like makes the performances weaker, or in comparison to performances where it's just purely based on like physical skill. real life stunts and scenery and stuff. He also says like Indiana Jones's like ball effect uses like is you know it's stage effects, but because it's a real life effect, it makes it better. If it was animated, it wouldn't be as thrilling. But then he goes on and he says, my good pal, comedy writer, and comics scribe, Daniel Kibblesmith, who is a great follow, has said a lot of really powerful, pithy things on the topic, like, and this is, I guess, like a full quote, maybe from a post or something. Can you believe a computer drew this / wrote this? Yes, computers have been beating you in chess your entire life. Do you run around telling everybody that they're geniuses? Do you think people who play chess are shaking? Or are you missing the entire point of being a human? So I understand that AI will infiltrate a lot of our world's infrastructure and likely improve some operating systems, but I will eternally come down on the side of thinking about people and rewarding remunerative jobs and their dignity and how that applies to our national global well-being. I think AI will do a good job of making the wealthy wealthier. Now we have robots to mow the golf courses, but that is sprinting in the wrong direction. And then he talks about like its effects on nature and how like the effects of that, and how also he thinks it is pulling us away from like understanding the earth and et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, but I was just like, it was such a well-written like opinion on the topic and everything. So I don't know. A college course? Oh no, Jonzo, that a college creative writing course and they're turning in ChatGPT is just like, has she talked to them about that? You can tell it's a quote from him because he uses drudgery. His writing is very like elevated, I find. Like any interview of his is also very like he sounds I don't really know much about him, like if he went to college, if he like where his education comes from, or if a lot of it is just like he reads a lot or something. But I feel like every interview that I see him in is also very like, I don't know. He's very well spoken and he knows how to communicate really well. Nick Goat for Men More Life. I love that. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's like, obviously, you know, I've seen people say things like, you know, if, you know, I want AI to help me do the dishes, not help me do the things that I want to do, or like, you know, that I have a passion for or whatever. Every class at college makes you sign an agreement to not use AI. Well, something tells me that AI Amanda needs to reread that agreement. So is it like a automatic F? How does that work? But yeah, I don't know. It's AI Amanda's breaking the code. At least get AI to reread it for her and give her key points. Please read me this agreement. Tell me what I need to do. What is important about this? That is unfortunate. Well, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but I guess like Windows 11. Hey, don't worry about it. Leave the thinking to me, Amanda. Anyone caught can be expelled. Ooh, Amanda, you're in trouble. That's wild. Wow. I mean, fair though. Like, I mean, she's dabbling with dangerous things if she's gonna do that. What was I gonna say? Oh, Windows 11, I believe. I saw that currently it's like they're trying to get people to upgrade. Maybe if you're going from 10 to 11 or something, the cost of it has been increased to like 135 or something. And the reason why is they have added some built-in AI features. And there's no way when you're upgrading, there's no way to say that you don't want those features. It is now, they kind of pitch it to you like it's built in and you have no choice, and the price is now more expensive. However, if you subscribe to that and then go to cancel your subscription, it will then prompt you with another offer that doesn't have the AI features, and it's now at the previous price that they were like selling Windows 11 at or whatever. Which is like, one, that's I think they call that a dark pattern on the internet, sort of like that's like a anti-consumer interaction or whatever, you know, like it's very anti-consumer to do that. But I don't know, that feels also incredibly shady. Feels like most colleges wouldn't uphold the expulsion because they want tuition dollar bills, y'all. That's true. That's true, Jonzo. I didn't think about that, but that's that is unfortunate, because then, I mean, like, she's not learning anything. She's not learning anything. There's no consequences. The points don't matter. I don't like that. But, like, I don't know. You see, I mean, it seems like she's learning how to cheat the system. Yes. And that's like, I don't know. It's also unfortunate because, like, I don't know. Like, especially if she's in a creative writing class. Like, I don't know what major she's in. Gee, welcome in. And herself, ultimately. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, okay, sure. She passes, oh, wow. Gee, well, I hope everything is okay. I mean, it sounds like it, but I hope everything will be okay. Bear, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I think Johnson, yeah, like she might end up, you know, passing and graduating and everything, but will she have really learned anything about how to do creative writing after she gets out? No, probably not. I mean, I don't know what her major is, even if it's just like, you know, something about teaching or whatever. Like, it's, you know, it just doesn't seem like she's gonna get out of the experience and not really know anything.
To the moon and back.
Coffee Kangaroo!
Fifi Burr.
That emote is fantastic. I love it. Well, Coffee Kangaroo, how have you been? How are you? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I think that's like, unfortunately, like already, you know how in the US, like they talk about how education is a lot like lower, kids can't read, they're reading at like much lower reading levels, and you know, just performing at much lower levels than they should be. It is unfortunate because, like, with that, like, AI might be able to help them pass if they use it well, but they're not going to be able to function without it. And I think this is not like a calculator scenario. It's not like it's not like when teachers would say, yeah, well, are you going to have a calculator with you at all times? Which, like, now, yeah, obviously now we do. And if you need to calculate things, it's whatever. I feel like I've seen AI used more to express even, like, the simplest of thoughts. And it's like, could you really not use AI for that? I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. What have you been up to? I have seen on Reddit, and if you go on Reddit now and start reading through comments, you could not use a calculator too, though. What's the difference? What do you mean? Like, I'm saying that the situation, I think, with AI is different than when people used to say, well, you could not, just not use a calculator. Or like, you won't, because, teachers would say, well, you have to learn how to do the math because you're not going to always have a calculator on you, right? I don't think that's the same situation with AI, because if you have to use AI to express the simplest of thoughts, you're not really thinking for yourself, and you're never really going to learn how to communicate normally. Because even if, like, yeah, people have ChatGPT on their phone, but if I'm talking to somebody and I have to, like, with every response be like, hold on, okay, what did you ask me? Okay, this is what I think. Then that's not, like, normal. That's not, you're not gonna be able to connect with somebody in a real way if you're having to do that with everything. Because we have AI now, but if you're having to, like, if you're trying to respond, if I needed to, like, why isn't it the same though? Okay, hold on, let me type that into ChatGPT and get you an answer. That's not what you would want, obviously. Like, you're asking me that question. You don't want an AI answer. That's the difference. In Reddit, I've been seeing more and more. There are just, like, comments that are, like in the Apex subreddit, there was somebody who was like, clearly their main post was written by AI. It was like, here is why I think Ash should be nerfed and how. And it was like kind of long, and you could tell this is very AI generated. But what was even more egregious was every comment that the OP responded to, or like, their reply was also written by AI, but it wasn't like anything worth saying. Like, someone would then say, yeah, I think Ash should be nerfed. This is what I think they should do. His response was essentially, I agree with you. Like, that's what it was trying to communicate. But the response itself was like, like, it was ChatGPT format. It's also like that over what's the word? Like, over flattery usage of ChatGPT 2, where it's like, yes, I hear you. I hear you, gamer. Like, I can't even think of like how to encapsulate, but then it's like, you know what I'm talking about. You know when you can find a ChatGPT like response, and it, like, the emoji usage and the way they use it, but it's also like, again, it wasn't like it added anything else to the conversation. It wasn't like he was using it to then, like, further the conversation or to ask a question. If you boil down the essence of that comment, it was just them saying, I agree with what you just said. But instead of being able, for some reason, the OP couldn't just say, yeah, I agree with you. They felt this need to have to filter it through an AI bot to do that. That makes things, like, to me, that says you can't think for yourself. Like, you can't even come up with the response to just say, yeah, I agree with you, like, or I don't agree with you, or whatever. It just makes me think you can't think for yourself. Like, you have no ability to you know, process information. And again, I think especially when you consider it wasn't like that response had any real substance anyways. I'm sure it was just like copy paste that comment that he got into ChatGPT with the prompt like, how do I respond to this in a positive way? And it's just like, yeah, you go, gamer. I agree with you. Or it was, you can tell. And every response was like that. And eventually people started to call them out on it because it was like everyone else started to notice and say like, do you really need AI to respond to this? And anyway, it was just ridiculous. I mean, to be fair, yeah, like Reddit itself can be a bit of a cesspool sometimes, but I would rather it be a human cesspool. Getting that word count up for essays. I feel like AI is training people for surface level answers, whereas a calculator is a static, definitive solution. That's fair too. Well, and you know, that's also a good argument with math. Yeah, Reddit's not gonna like this. With math, it's a you're searching for a definitive answer, whereas a lot of its usage now is more like AI is either the way people are using it more is for creative thought, trying to have a creative facade or whatever. But some people feel this way, but other feel this but other people feel this about that. Yeah, very also just neutral non-statements is sometimes what you get from that too. But I remember seeing on Reddit also that apparently, I guess, ChatGPT, one of the more recent updates or something, it became like overly like flattering towards the user. So like if you said anything, it would just be like, yes, 100%, you're the best, you're unstoppable. There was one, I saw a comment that they were like, I was testing this out and I have been able to convince it that I am a god. like literally, I have told it and he believes me. And it says that I should like be ruling over people and whatever. It was like the most over the top nonsense. And it all just started off with like, just a simple statement or like a simple question on like, I'm in this situation, what should I do? Am I in the right? And ChatGPT seems to, I don't know if they fixed this, but I guess seems to, if you ask it like, am I in the right in this situation? It'll like always side with you. But Sassy, welcome in. How's it going? And Peanut, hello. You're at a Korean barbecue. Want to say hi. You look so cute. Have a nice stream, Peanut. I hope you have a great... Oh, you're on vacay. That's right. I hope your vacay goes well. Enjoy the vacay. But yeah. So yeah, I think... I don't know. I find that very disconcerting if, like, you're unable to, express any kind of thought without having to consult AI. Because then I think it is more of a crutch than anything. Today has been an extra lazy day. I slept in until almost 11. Nice! That sounds good. That sounds like a wonderful day. That sounds like a very, it sounds like you needed it, That's, I think if you sleep that long, it usually means you need it. I think use it well and use it poorly, just like any other tool. I think that's fair. I would say I'm definitely on the side of things where it's like, as we were talking about before, I don't know how early you were here, but we were talking about how like, I would rather AI be used for tasks that are like, washing the dishes, doing chores and things that people don't want to do. But as far as creative works and stuff, I would rather it just not be a part of that. That's my thought as an artist. I'm not a very good writer, typically, but at least from an artist perspective, you know, I'd rather it more or less be used for things that nobody really wants to do. Hey Dana, welcome in. How are you? I agree. So many days recently having to get up early. Yeah, I'm glad that you got some sleep then. What are you doing for the rest of the day? And we'll be getting into the game here soon. Maybe in like 10 minutes. We'll run ads again, and then we'll get into the game. Very excited about playing the Drifter. Hannah, I feel like there was something I was going to tell you. Oh, you know what it was? I was going to ask you what you thought about the Apex nerfs and changes and stuff. I feel like kind of, yeah. More specifically, I feel like they killed Alter. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I've used ChatGPT to help me polish letters to parents so they get my point across without being rude. I mean, and I suppose at that point though, you've probably already written something. I think that, you know, I am afraid of how it is being used so regularly to express any kind of thought, having to rely on it. I think versus also like, you know, I think people who rely on it now for like researching things. Researching is a skill. Like knowing how to search the internet, like knowing how to find information is in of itself a skill. And so I feel like if you're just outsourcing that every time, that's not something you're gonna learn. I only experienced them today. I barely noticed. Alter needed a slight nerf, so I'm not mad. I think they killed Alter with getting rid of friends. Getting rid of the friends perk. The friends perk I used every time, and I loved it. I don't know if I'll choose Alter anymore. I think I'm back to being a Mirage main. That's a support perk. Knowing that like if I used my ult and could save my teammates and then pick them up and they had health, or if I got picked up knowing I would be healed, that was like such a, like, I relied on that. So now I'm like, back to being a support. Back to being a support. I think that's honestly why I started to use Alter more and more, was because of that. I realized like, oh, that's actually not so bad. Your master rank? No, I made it to diamond and I've stopped. I don't think I'll progress anymore. I got to diamond, played 4 more matches, got obliterated every time, and then I was like, I'm not going to rank out of diamond. So I'm staying. I won't play another ranked game the rest of the season. Yeah, definitely. I read it past chat and a coworker I trust before I send it, so I don't accidentally say something that could get me fired. Yeah, that's probably fine. People just ask ChatGPT things like, my wrist hurts, am I pregnant? Pregnant. Yeah, back to Mirage is good. Yeah, I'm just so used to, like, support things. And so, like, Alter was great because I could have these other abilities that were cool. Like, I love her kit, but, like, being still with having the support perks is, like, a nice little, like, it still feels like home a little bit. No, I am not Masters. I've made it to Masters once, and it was that season that it was super easy to make it to Masters. I'm Plat 3, I've barely played. Oh man. I mean, I feel like you'd get there easily. I feel like it's more that you just haven't played than anything, because yeah, you're better than me. So, the other way I typically use it is if I have the beginning of an idea in mind, but I'm not sure how to actually implement it. I will use ChatGPT as a sounding board to better flesh out the idea. I'm sure, like, for organizational things, like if organization is not your thing, like taking information and organizing it or whatever, I just am wary of, like, you know, is it replacing your ability to think for yourself? Are you having to, you know, use it for every simple thought that you have? Because if not, then I don't know. I would be like, okay, you're, you know, a person who's using it for everything and needs it for the simplest of Reddit comments. They are not thinking for themselves. They are too reliant on it that if they were to be pulled away from that, they would be unable to function as a person. That's my thought. Because, like, if I'm talking to somebody in person, and if you're having to consult ChatGPT there to talk to me, I'm gonna be like, this isn't a real conversation. I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with ChatGPT, and that's not what, you know, that's not real connection. Specifically Reddit. Well, I gave an example for Reddit earlier where it was actually in the Apex subreddit, Hannah, where somebody's whole post was ChatGPT written, but every reply to somebody was also, they used ChatGPT to respond, and they weren't like responses of any substance. It was the equivalent of someone just saying, like, the message boiled down was, I agree with you. But the way it was written was someone saying, yeah, gamer, you sound like a real pro. You know, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, that, it was like, and that was like every response. I even think, I'm pretty sure one of the also signs I was like, okay, this is 100% AI, was also, there was like, copy and pasted the same response to different people. It was just like, come on. Two humans maintaining eye contact while their AI say hello to each other, that's the future. That is not the future I want. I've seen people, I mean, like, and I think this is also like, I mean, a lot of people talk about the job market and how, like, you know, they've been using AI to, like, comb through resumes and stuff forever, but there are now employers who have started to say, all right, before you get an interview with us, you need to do an interview with our AI chatbot. Which is wild. That is so dumb to me. I feel like job searching has become such a pain. It was a pain already. It has been for decades now, but like, to have to be like, okay, you're not even really worth our time yet. You have to go through, yeah, okay, your resume has been approved. Now you have to talk to this AI to then be approved for like a in-person interview is just ridiculous. But I saw people commenting on that saying, it's that, like, it, you know, I'll have my AI chatbot talk to your AI chatbot or whatever. At work, I'm trying to teach people how to have the right judgment for their job. How does one even begin to teach that? Oh, I should have read the first one before. Critical thinking is going to be hugely important. At work, I'm trying to teach people how to have the right judgment for their job. How does one even begin to teach that? That is, I mean, that's very difficult. I mean, Yeah, and teaching somebody how to critically think is also tough if that's something that they're not used to. The floor is lava. That is, I mean, it is tough. I feel like a lot of times it just also takes like being exposed to that, and to people like that. For example, I remember saying this before, and then we can start heading into the game in like a couple minutes. I grew up not being very introspective. That was just not something that I was taught, really ever. Certainly not by my parents and family and stuff. And not even really through school, I don't think. I just felt things. Have always been a very like strong feeler, but was never necessarily introspective. I just would feel things and I wouldn't really, process them, know what to do with them or whatever. And it wasn't until post-college that I finally started to have friends that were more like, they weren't just introspective, but they also asked very good questions. And so like, though they were introspective themselves, I think that's kind of how they got to asking like, better questions to other people. But so like we would talk and they would just be like, so why do you do that? Or like, what, why do you like, okay, you feel that way. Well, why is that? And I was like, well, I don't know. What do you mean? Like, I feel this way. I don't know. I just have these emotions. And they're like, no, but like, where does that come from? And like, as they sort of like started to ask me that more and more, then I started to be like, oh, is this how people like think? Like, is this how like, do some people like actually process their thoughts and feelings and information like this? They ask themselves these questions. And then I finally started to do that to myself, and it has, I feel like greatly helped me. But then also, like, now I find like when I'm with people, I try to ask them questions, and I try to ask them deeper questions and try to figure out like, try to help them in the same way that they, my friends in the past had helped me. You're telling me job hunting sucks. Yeah, I'm sure Gigi. Same. My brain goes, is this how normal people think? Yeah, that was the thing, is like, and that sounds, probably to some people that sounds silly. If that's like how you have always thought, or if you had parents or the right teachers or mentors or whatever who taught you how to be introspective and to like analyze your feelings and your thoughts and whatever. Yeah, that definitely, wasn't how I grew up. So I feel like critical thinking was definitely something that I had to learn over time. And it kind of took some people like asking me tougher questions and, kind of helping me through that, to get to a point where like, I may not be the most introspective person naturally, but I've gotten better at asking myself questions and trying to, dig deeper, I guess. And I think that helps me then in other areas as well. But if you're like, I would say if you're outsourcing all of that to, an AI, that's, you're not going to learn. It takes, because as much, because, people have been using AI stuff for like therapy and stuff too. And like, AI is quite limited, like in its understanding of who you are really. It can ask you questions, but you still have to be the one to like answer those. But you really know, like you really know your thoughts and why, like certain things that have happened in your past and whatever. And though AI may be able to ask you some general questions, like it may be able to ask you questions that a therapist might ask, there's still quite a bit that like, it's not going to know to ask you. You still have to, and that's what I think then being introspective is, you have to ask yourself those questions and sort of be like, okay, well, is, you know, it depends on what the situation is, but it could be like, well, you know, is this something, you know, I remember my parents did this when I was younger, or said this to me when I was younger. Is this actually where this is coming from, or is, you know, whatever, which, you know, the chat GPT bot may be able to say, is this something from your parents, or something learned as a child? But, you know, and you could read that and say yes or no. But I feel like you have to still, you need to do the thinking. Like, you actually have to be the one. You're the only one who knows your perspective on things, your memories on things. And you have to be the one to kind of like do the work. And that's also with just like, I mean, a therapist might be able to, like a human therapist might be able to help you with uncovering some of that, because they also have experience with, you know, other patients and common threads that they see in different people. I mean, they study that. So like, that is even different than, say, you know, going to a bot for that. But anyway, that is my that is my soapbox tangent on all of that. But friends, we are going to play the Drifter, and I'm very excited to get into it. But 'tis time, yes. But we're going to run ads first, and then we will hop into the game. This is made by Powehoof. They are the same devs that did Crawl. If you guys played Crawl, yeah. They're also, it's a dev team based in Australia, and there's also some Australian voice acting, and so I'm very excited for that. Anyway, so if you need to stand up, stretch, etc., now is the perfect time to do so. Get a snack, get a drink, and we will be RB.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes. Why is that Garfield so muscular?
Hi Raiders, I'm Jet, your 4th favorite streamer. Yeah, 4th. You know, the guy you end up with when your favorites are offline and you misclicked my channel. Before we dive in, Snapsicles, this is a family-friendly stream. Please keep your chats cozy and clean or my mods will be on you like a pack of wild pumas. Looking for a triple threat? Gaming, chatting, and looks? Well, let me tell you why I'm called Triple Jet. When it comes to gaming, we dive into puzzles, indie games, RPGs, and mysteries. But the biggest mystery of all will be why you're still watching. Like to chat? Well, we get so derailed it's like we're a train to nowhere and I'm your conductor. Choo choo. And when it comes to looks, I am like the solar eclipse, best not to look at. Now, if you want a good streamer, follow the creators I just linked in chat. They will obliterate my stream like a snap from Thanos. Mr. Bezos, I don't feel so good. But if you like the wonderfully wrecked vibe of a beat-up pinata, then you're in the right place. The candy's mostly gone, but we can still keep it sweet. So drop a follow and we'll make this siesta fiesta the absolute besta. Got a jet? Raiders, welcome in! How are you? Sasaki, hello, thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. Sorry, we're on BRB, and then I decided, well, we'll just go straight to the video from that. But welcome in. How was... Oh, Rise of the Golden Idol! No way, I still need to play the DLCs for that. Solve it, Paul, we've cracked the case of the Golden Idol, now it's time to drift into a new mystery. How exciting. How are you? How's it going? This is Aki, is a British streamer who enjoys solving mysteries and playing games at her own pace. She's currently on a detective kick with recent streams featuring The Rise of the Golden Idol and Dark Side Detective. I've heard that's very good. Expect shenanigans and a relaxed vibe, but don't expect her to find all the secrets. Why is little Alex Horn looking through your window? Because it's little Alex Horn! He says he's over 6 foot, but he's 5'4". Little Alex Horn. I love Taskmaster, and I can't remember why we put him there, but you know, why shouldn't he be there, really? I was playing the latest DLC. It's as good as all the other ones. I actually haven't played any of the DLCs for Rise of the Golden Idol. We're gonna sit down and probably have to do all of them within like a couple of streams or something. But I'm glad that you enjoyed it then. That makes me excited to play it. Hold on, I need to post a thing on my Blue Sky. My Blue Ski. Let's see. What is... Oops. But how are you? One, I know what it's like after stream, so if you need to lounge, lurk, etc., you know, do your thing. What is strange signals? There we go. But I'm glad that you're enjoying Rise of the Golden Idol. It's so good. I love Taskmaster too. It's my comfort watch. I can probably recite the early series off by heart. Have you seen the most recent series? I think it is one of the best. Erica, welcome in. How are you? Happy weekend. Okay. Is that what I want to say? Sure, why not? Off work for 2 weeks. Oh, that's so exciting. I hope you have a ton of fun. Any fun plans? I haven't seen the latest. It is one of the best, I think. And I'm more of a fan of like some of the earlier ones, I think. But it is easily one of the best they've ever had, I think. You should watch it during your break. I think you'd absolutely enjoy it. Friends, we are going to be playing The Drifter, which is a game that just came out this week. In the pinned message, you will find a link to Steam. It is a point-and-click adventure thriller made by some Aussie devs. It's made by the same team that made Crawl, if you're familiar with that. It's supposed to be like sort of like a pulp adventure sort of sci-fi thing. And I'm very excited. We played the demo for it during the last Steam Next Fest, and it was certainly my standout game from all the demos we played, yeah, so I'm very, very excited to be getting into this. The devs gave us a code, so thank you, devs, for you know, giving that to me. Very much appreciated. Yeah, subtitles on. What is this? Press H or the middle button to highlight clickable spots. Okay, we'll turn that on just in case. HD dialogue font. Wonder what that looks like. End periods off. Wait, what is... Oh, volume overrides. That's actually really interesting. So they have like a general volume, but then you can do this, this, and this. I always like the voices to be the loudest thing. So I'm gonna... drop it down a little bit. And I'll monitor the stuff here to see. But anyway, and we're starting from the beginning, so if you didn't see the demo or anything, don't worry, we're starting from the very beginning. But you guys can check this out on Steam. You can wishlist it. One that always helps the devs to do. So click the link, drop them a wish list. I've actually seen some interviews with some of the devs about this game, so I'm also just very excited to play it. They seem great. So let's hop on in.
I jumped the car back in Breaker's Cut.
Might dip out if the game looks good, because spoilers, no, I feel bad. I totally feel bad. That's me too.
Told myself I'd never come back.
How's the sound?
Oh well, shit. Here I am.
Isn't that voice great?
This must be me. Damn. Shouldn't have told Annie I'd come. Don't know how she tracked down my number. My strong, big sister. Crying into the phone. Ah, well.
Also, I'm curious, is the HD font, is that like... Ah, yeah. It's like, it's not pixelated. What do you guys prefer? Non-pixelated font? Or pixelated font? I did, Erica. I've been really enjoying it. What do you guys prefer? Do you guys have a preference? Both are fine. You can keep pixel then. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like I understand why it's there. I'm sure some people like to read, like, might find it harder to read pixel font, but because everything else is pixelated, I feel like it sort of, you know, just fits, you know? So I agree with you.
I stooped to pull back the tarp. Poor old guy had hardly stirred the whole trip, sleeping off one thing or another.
The tarp sits discarded on the floor.
I grabbed the tarp.
Oh, we didn't do that last time. Equip items are collected here. The old tarpaulin is full of holes.
I've been sleeping rough long enough to get a good night's kip, despite the diesel fumes and the noise.
A good night's kip.
Familiar skyline peeks through the vents of the old reefer. City hasn't changed much in the last 5 years? Jeez, what am I gonna say to Sarah? Hey, sorry about, you know, disappearing for half a decade. Jesus.
Anything?
Everything I need's in there, so not much. My phone, wallet, Change of undies and shaving kits so I can freshen up when I need to. Plus the suit I borrowed for the funeral.
The old fella has been here when I hopped on. Had been here when I hopped on. No reason to wake him. Nothing in my pack that I can use now. Oh, we can also see.
Did a stint working reefer cars like this. You gotta set those flow hatches just right, or you'll have a car full of rotting fruit.
Anything else? Doesn't look like it.
Okay, time to ditch this old girl.
Johnny Wolfhard, greetings from Germany. Started the game yesterday. I think it's great. Oh, that's good to hear.
Budge.
Great. I played the demo for this during Steam Next Fest, and I really loved it. So I've seen, like, just this beginning part. We did actually, also, I will say, because when I play a lot of demos, I oftentimes will just play to the point where I say, do I want to play this game? Yes, then I'll stop the demo. Because then I'm like, I've decided, I already want to play it. I don't need to see anymore, especially a game like a point-and-click thriller game, mystery, or whatever, like, because I know what's going to happen is I'll get to the end of the demo and I'll be like, no, I want to play more. So we stopped when we got down to the, we explored a little bit the tunnel that was there. And then I was like, you know what? I'm already sold. I love the graphics and the voices. Sign me up. So I have not seen very much beyond that, but I'm glad that I'm glad that you're enjoying the game. What other games do you like to play? Good, I haven't been able to catch your streams. I've been sick on vacation a week, a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you've been sick. I hope things get better. Let me see. All right, is there like... Shady, welcome in.
Hey, give me a hand with this door.
He mutters something under his breath, continues snoring.
The action icon on an object has changed. Try interacting again. No interaction. Examine, search, use pickup, talk to, walk. ×2 to skip.
Putting my back into it this time. A strain against the frame. Ain't getting that open without some help. I think about trying to get up there, but I'm sure I can get this door open.
I almost called the stream like Melbourne Melbourne Drift. I'm sorry, my American came out.
I think about bending down. I shake him by the shoulder. I fall back as the iron bar whistles past my face. Hey, watch it!
Quiet! You'll get us killed again!
You've lost it, mate.
You have to help!
He glances to the side, listening.
You're right. Tried that. It's no use.
What?
Think!
He continues muttering under his breath.
He's gripping that hunk of rebar as if his life depended on it.
Look, put it down.
I'll put it through your skull! Think!
He returns to muttering to himself, eyes darting about wildly.
Tarpaulin,
I
go!
throw the tarp over the raving man, wrestling him to the ground.
Dad, get it off! You don't know what you're doing!
I gotta get out of here. I jam the bar into the frame, lean into it. The door gives way with a screech. Sudden, blinding light stabs at my eyes. I spin back behind the door. The old guy, having finally freed himself, is caught like a rabbit in headlights.
What have you done?
Ah, shit. Security. The man looks around frantically.
Relax, I've been caught freight hopping before and talked my way out of it. Hey, we're with Western Rail. Jesus, what the hell?
You've got to break the cycle! I can't...
Oh, God!
Do you think he's okay? Think he's okay?
Squinting into the light, I glimpse silhouettes of armed men, waiting and watching. Can't make out who they are, but not Metro security, that's for sure.
If you watch Taskmaster, you know it's not a tarpaulin, it's a tarp hitter. Actually, when I read tarpaulin, I thought of Taskmaster because we just call them tarps here. And so I don't typically hear tarpaulin very often, but they say that quite a bit. Kill Lover, I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, I'm sure he is too. It's just a scratch. Yeah, this is just, he was holding some strawberry jam bottles. It's so early in the morning for this level of Australian. I love this guy's voice. It's so good. Point and click is my favorite genre since my dad bought a Commodore Amiga 500 back in the day. What are some of your favorite point and clicks? Yeah, I'm sure he's just sleeping now.
Can't get to it from here.
Can I?
Oh, shit. How am I getting out of here?
Okay, wooden pallet. So I can't. Oh, I don't have. Nope. Might be able to dive past the door.
Bullets shatter past me as I dive across the doorway.
Okay.
Grabbing my pack, I throw open the hatch and leap into the blackness on the far side of the train. Then I'm tumbling down a steep siding, concrete rushing up to meet me.
Chapter 1, Welcoming Party.
I lie there looking at the sky, trying to process what just happened. I hear the distant sound of sirens, and above me, shouts, doors slamming, tires on gravel. Then silence. At least my phone's not busted.
Review topics. They'd shot that man in cold blood. Who are they? Good question.
I pick it up, screen flashing a blurry photo of my sister. Annie?
Mick, hey!
Yeah, hey.
How you doing? You in town yet? Can't wait to catch up.
Sure.
Jeez, Mick, show some enthusiasm. We've got a funeral to plan.
Same irrepressible Annie.
You in town yet? When are you getting here? We need to go through Mum's things, find some photos for the wake. Did Uncle Phil call you?
No. Did I need to...
Ah, never mind. You're staying at ours tonight, yeah? Have the address?
Yeah, off Cooper Street, right?
Oh, no, Mick, Jesus. We moved over a year ago.
Oh, sorry. Angry beeps from my phone.
You gotta break out of that head of yours, Mick. Talk to Sarah?
Annie, my phone's gonna run out.
Jesus, she's gonna be at the funeral, you know. You still haven't talked to her.
She is
I
not listening
can't.
to us.
Just tell me your address. My battery.
I know it's hard for you, but you're gonna have to face her.
Annie, your address.
Okay, sorry. I know I shouldn't push you, but...
I look down at my dead phone. Shit. No idea what her address is. How am I supposed to remember they'd moved? Ugh. Better find a way to ring her back.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Good one. If I can't call my sister, how will I find this funeral I'm supposed to go to? Good question.
Bill, is that you?
Mick, what are you doing here? Bill used to hang out around the shelter where Sarah worked. Known him since I was a kid.
Back for a funeral. Mum died.
Oh, Mick, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Long time coming. She'd been sick for a while.
You don't sound okay.
I don't know.
I wonder what Bill's doing down here. Bill might have a phone I can use. He must have heard those shots at the railway. Let's start with... let's start here.
You're not staying at the pit anymore? The Pitt Street Homeless Support Center. I'd ended up there as a kid. It's where I met Sarah.
She had to shut it down, man.
Oh, shit. Why?
Oh, you should know more than me. Surely Sarah told you.
Sarah, my wife. I guess ex-wife now?
I haven't talked to her in a long time. Since, you know.
Oh, right. Jeez. Sorry, Mick.
It's alright.
Ugh, awkward. By the way, side note. I bet I said this during when we played the demo. Bruce, welcome in. I love the pixel art. Like, I love like just the amount of detail, and also just like the colors that they've gone for. It's just so cool looking. I'm here for it. Oops. He turned away from me.
Hey, can I borrow your phone? I'm meant to stay at my sister's tonight, but my battery's dead and I don't have her address.
Of course.
I can
Got
see
her
that.
number?
I can see that, Bruce.
Shit.
Look it up.
Oh, it'll be unlisted. Could call her practice, but she wouldn't be back in until after the funeral. Fuck, what am I gonna do? I'm a bit shaken up, to be honest. Just been shot at up on the railway.
Jesus. Really? Thought that was some kids playing with fireworks. So what? Some trigger-happy Met officers?
Couldn't be. They left when they heard sirens.
Jesus, Mick.
Yeah. I don't know.
By the way, Shady, what city do you think this is? Yeah, we call that color blue. I mean, no, I mean like the like what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of like the color palette that they're using is very like, I don't know, it's just a neat sort of like the greens and blues and stuff. It's just really, I don't know, it's really neat. I like it. It sets a mood, a tone, and I'm here for it. What city do you think this is in Australia? It's very Venusaur. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. That this reminds me of Venusaur.
Let's see what the damage is. Electrics look okay. Smashed radiator and a little low on wiper fluid. It's not going anywhere, but it should start.
Okay, gotta find our way to charge her phone.
It stinks of petrol. They must have siphoned some to try and torch it. I glance around inside. No keys, but the lighter socket catches my eye. I think my phone charger has an adapter that'd fit.
Nice. No keys in the red car, but maybe they're around here somewhere. Okay. This is Wagga? That doesn't sound like a real thing. A concrete bank slopes down into the reservoir, slick with mud. Let's go this way. Wagga. Wagga Wagga. That's what Fozzie Bear says. Wagga
Shake
Wagga.
the can. Slosh of petrol at the bottom.
Shuttered warehouses line the deserted street. The black water of the reservoir disappears out into the fog. Sodden coils of rope, rotting crates, nothing I can use. Service road stretches off to the dark.
Nothing
like
but
this music.
shuttered warehouses down there. I should figure out where to go before wandering aimlessly.
Okay. Is there anything else? Oh, it also shows like things you can highlight. Okay, we saw everything. Can I?
Metallic smell of old petrol stings my nostrils as it glugs into the tank.
Okay, we still need a key though. So this is the bonnet. The boot is the trunk, right?
Pack must have caught something sharp on the way down. Ripped her right open. I fish out my phone's charge cable. The only thing worth salvaging.
Okay. The butt of the car. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My name's Angela Grace. I write for the Herald. Can I ask your name? Okay, well, you don't have to tell me. Anyway, I really want to find out what it's like out here for you homeless.
Unbelievable.
Excuse me? Hello?
Leave the poor guy alone. He's clearly asleep.
Oh, hi. My name's Angela Grace. I write for the Herald. Can I ask your name?
No. Kid like this shouldn't be out here. Not your problem, Mick.
Maybe she has a phone, though.
I really shouldn't get involved, but... Hey, so...
Hi.
Right, what are you doing down here?
I write for the Herald. I really want to find out what it's like out here for you homeless.
You homeless? God help me.
His sister name was
Okay,
Annie.
look, I'm not homeless. So...
Oh, great. That's great. So how long have you been staying out here, Mr.
Carter. And I'm not staying out here. Jesus, will you put that thing away?
Sorry, just a few questions.
No!
She seems annoying. I should tell her to get lost. No one will talk to her. Maybe she has a portable phone charger. Let's ask her about the phone charger first.
Don't suppose you have a portable phone charger?
No. Wait, you have a phone?
Yeah? Guess you think just because I don't have a place to stay, I don't have a phone.
Well, I don't...
Everyone has a phone, lady. You'll hear about the shooting. She looks up sharply.
Shooting? What shooting?
Don't get involved, Mick. Oh, nothing. Must have misheard.
I'm here interviewing about homeless people disappearing, with that all going crazy.
Right. Another college kid thinks they could fix people. Look, Angela, was it? Go home to your warm bed. No one here has any reason to talk to you.
I know that. I'm not stupid.
She thrusts her hand into her pocket, pulls out a hotel-sized bottle of rum.
Yeesh.
Got a whole bunch. You look like you could use something to drink.
Goodness.
Wow. About as sensitive as I'd expect from a rich city kid.
Well, what do you want?
Nothing. Just quit with the presumptuous attitude. These are people, not your high school project.
I'm 24, and you're one to talk. Patronizing asshole.
Whatever.
I want nothing, but also a phone charger. College? I guess so.
I'll leave him be.
Busted old washing machine lying on its side.
Loose panel on the side. I kick it open.
He would say uni. Well, it is written by an Aussie, so
Nothing but a random tangle of wires and tubes.
I think they're based in Melbourne, though, so who knows what they say. Two older gents warm their hands by the fire. Old outlets blocked up with silt and refuse. Yeah, I guess they chose to play the international market. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just because I'm playing in America. Maybe it detects. So I can't. Oh. Makeshift lean to. No, it's not. Can I? No, okay. Alex McBen! Welcome in. How are you? I remember you were here when we played the demo for this. One, I will say they added a they added the hotspot highlighter. I remember that was something that you had talked about. So anyway, that does exist. It does exist now. Here, have some cuteness. Look at those emotes. That's adorable. I love that. So cute. Look at that Charmander. I love that. Okay, so do you have anything else? He probably is good luck. He's probably had a good look around the wrecked car.
What's with the car?
Kids joyriding, I guess. Can't even torch a car properly. Still, it's my own private suite until they cart it off, eh?
They leave the keys?
Yeah. Need 'em?
Oh, maybe. Bill fishes the keys from one of his many pockets. Thanks.
Vroom vroom.
Leaning in, I try the key.
It's a good car sound.
It's still not firing. Better check the engine again. Okay, there must be something wrong under here. Sounded like no fuel was getting through. Damn. Still can't see anything wrong.
We've put gas in it. Let me talk to him.
Think I need help with this engine. Mind hopping in?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, try it now. The engine turns over, and I see fuel stream from a hose beneath. Ah, here it is.
What's the problem?
Tear in the fuel line between the pressure regulator and injectors. Damn, gonna need a replacement.
Oh, maybe in the...
Thanks, Bill.
Perhaps the, this?
I could use that hose for the car.
There you go.
Come on, you asshole! Bloody thing's screwed in there too tight.
Would this help?
Oh.
I glance up. Kid's holding an oversized hunting knife like it's a snake. Jesus. What are you doing carrying a knife like that?
You know, protection.
Jeez. All that's gonna do is get you stabbed. What's wrong with a whistle or pepper spray or something?
I can look after myself.
Whatever. Can I borrow it?
Well, if you can answer my questions.
Ugh, God help me. Fine.
Great. So, Mr.
Carter.
Right. So, Mr. Carter, what led you to be living down here?
I'm not.
So,
Look, maybe I don't mind living rough. Maybe I prefer it to being tied down. But I work. I have places I can stay. I'm fine. Next question.
okay, well, surely you've noticed the recent spate of disappearances, not to mention the mental illness-related violent crimes.
I'll stop you there. No, haven't heard a thing.
You going to help me or not?
Ugh, maybe I should ask Bill.
Reporter wants to know about people going missing. Don't know what she's on about. The reporter's asking about mental illness.
You think people have been disappearing?
There used to be a whole community down here. Where are they all?
I was a kid last time I was down here, but it does seem quiet.
The few corpses that turned up, cops pinned on some maniac. Press dubbed him the Bucket Butcher because he wears a funny hat.
She squints her eyes.
I have reason to believe he's not responsible.
That it? Nice story, but it's just business as usual. Folks, they move on. Maybe they find a job. Maybe they quietly die. No one gives a shit and no one's keeping tabs. It's all bullshit.
If you want my help, just ask around for me or something.
Makeda, welcome in. How are you? Hope you're having a good day.
Okay, what was that about mental illness?
Cops say they're swamped with violent crimes. Hobos going nuts, spouting gibberish. Seen anything like that?
That guy in the rail car. No, sorry. Look, folks take what they can to help them through the night, and there's a lot of bad shit out there. You get kids acting crazy all the time.
Yeah, I know all this. Give me something I can use, alright?
Ugh, I'll ask around.
Okay. Can I?
Bloody thing's
Oh, wait. Oh, she hasn't given me the knife yet. Fine.
Maybe a dumb question, but why is it so quiet down here?
Malinji.
What?
Shadowy figures with burning eyes. Taking people in the night. Folks calling them Malinji.
Malinji.
Right.
Well, that's the story going round. Papers say there's a killer out there, but it's been a cold winter. Think that's all there is to it.
He shrugs.
Folks have been going missing, taken by some monster Malinji. If you believe fireside stories of drunks and tweakers, the reporter will love that. He mentioned something about the pit closing down. Wonder if that's related.
Hey, Bill. You noticed people acting weird recently?
Well, I mean, yeah. You heard about the pit.
Oh, right. They shut it down?
Yeah, well, I was helping Sarah out there. She let me stay when there was a spare bed.
That's Sarah for you.
But people on the street been getting crazy, eh?
Nothing new.
Not like this, Mick. Everyone's scared. Solid blokes, you know? Fine one day. Next day, they're going nuts. Sarah ended up in hospital.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, she's all right, but couldn't keep the place open.
I should have been there for her.
Like she needed more reason to hate me. Some bad new gear people getting into?
I don't know, Mick. I think this is something else, eh?
Retired but happy I caught the stream. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Makeda. I'm doing good. How late is it over there? What did this say here? Maybe there's something to what the reporter was saying. Folks going nuts. Violence. Sarah had to close down the shelter. Oh, I didn't ask
I don't
about this,
suppose
but...
you've seen any quarter-inch hose around.
This ain't a hardware store. There's a bunch of junk in the underpass, though, eh?
Okay. Does this show... Oh, okay, yeah. Interesting.
I asked around and it does seem there's something to what you're saying.
I knew it!
Just stories getting shared. Shadowy demons with glowing eyes that drag people off in the night. Malinji, they're calling them.
Interesting.
Nonsense is what it is. Typical tweaker shit. You want to publish that? Be my guest.
Malinji.
I tell her what Bill said about the pit, and reluctantly, what I'd seen in the rail car.
Oh, thanks. This is great stuff.
Just keep my name out of it. Look, I answered your questions. Can I use that knife or what?
Yeah, all right.
She hands it to me warily. You can have it back if you like, but honestly, you're more likely to get stabbed with it than without.
I guess.
Look, you seem alright, kid. Go talk to Bill. Old guy out there. He loves a good yarn.
He loves a good
thanks.
yarn.
Hey, if you ever have a story, drop by the Herald and ask for me. We'll pay good money.
I cringe at what Bill will think as she bounces off to talk to him.
That was... Yarn was the word that Wivey used when he was on stream.
Got it.
Okay, we got the cable. Only 11:30, but I worked my first 14 hours. Yeesh. So, how exhausted are you?
Hello?
Uh-oh.
The keys are gone.
No!
My charger.
No! Get off me, you! Ah!
Uh-oh. The shouts came from the jetty. Oh?
Go!
The hell? What's going on?
Please!
Jesus, they look like SAS or something.
One of them wrestles with the kicking reporter. She seems injured. A man waits.
This dinky little knife won't do squat against two armed soldiers.
Oh boy.
He's dragging the reporter to the boat. What do they want with her? Was she actually onto something? I think these are the guys that shot the old-timer up at the railway. Shadowy figures with burning eyes. The Malinji? Shove from behind. Oh, wait! Sudden, icy cold shocks me awake. Frozen. Can't move. Can't feel. I see only blackness. I struggle, gasp in panic, and the blackness fills my lungs. Then I have no breath to scream. I try to fight it. Oh God, I try. But the ice in my lungs coils its way to my brain. And I know that I am dying. The cold blackness falls away, leaving only nothing. And I know, somehow, I am dead. But then, every neuron of my brain firing all at once, tearing apart, twisting out in all dimensions, then contracting, speed of light, back into nothing. Sudden icy cold shocks me awake. The same sensations, the same panic from minutes before. Only this time, I remember to hold my breath. I
can't get my hands free. I managed to work the knife from my back pocket and awkwardly saw through the ropes. I wrenched the sack from my face. My eyes sting as I blink through the water, trying to get my bearings. Oh, God.
Oh, wow. Yeesh.
I yank at the ropes, but only manage to knot them tighter. And hell, I'm almost out of time. I set to work on the rope, knife slipping in my hand. My vision starts to dim, my lungs filling with fire. I'm barely a quarter way through, and I'm not gonna make it.
I mean...
Hopeless, I return to sawing at my bonds. Black stars dance across my vision, but I keep at it, even as they expand, obliterating consciousness. Then primal impulse fills the vacuum, takes command of my lungs, forces them full of water. Again, I drown. No more. Sudden, icy cold shocks me awake. I managed to work the knife from my back pocket and awkwardly saw through the ropes. I wrenched the sack from my face.
Let's try this again.
I set to work on the rope, knife slipping in my hand. My vision starts to dim, my lungs filling with fire. Barely a quarter way through, and I'm not gonna make it.
It's a terrifying image, for sure. So I wonder...
I return to sawing at my bonds. Black stars dance across my vision, but I keep at it, even as they expand, obliterating consciousness. Again.
Okay, so I thought maybe we could get through it if I clicked on the...
The light. Reality breaking up, reforming. Back how it was, but somehow wrong. Sudden icy cold shocks me awake. God, what is happening to me?
I thought maybe if I because I think the first time around I clicked on some different things first, and so I thought, oh, maybe if I only click on like I wonder if that takes time, you know? So I was like, okay, maybe if I, you know, click on the, you know, the right things first, maybe do something. First time, yeah, that was, all right. So for sure we need our hands free.
I managed to work the knife from my back pocket and awkwardly saw through the ropes.
I assume we do need to take the
I
thing
wrenched
off.
the sack from my face.
Now, all right, we have, I mean, the jerry can is there. Oh.
My God, so many. Who is doing this? Why?
Light beams off the surface. Anything?
I grab the jerry can as it sinks past.
There's a little bit of air!
Again, I try to breathe from the can, but I can't get to the air without a lungful of water.
Oh. I mean...
I set to work on the rope, knife slipping in my hand. My vision starts to dim, my lungs filling with fire. I'm barely a quarter way through, and I'm not gonna make it.
I mean...
Again, I try to breathe from the can, but I can't get to the air without a lungful of water.
Oh, the tube!
Pushing the tube into the can, I suck the water from it and take a breath. I almost gag on the oily fumes, but I've bought myself a few more seconds. Shorter tube's no good.
Oops.
I return to cutting with renewed strength. At last, the ropes give way. I kick to the surface, glimpse brutal as concrete rising from the chop, and swim towards it. Collapsed on the embankment, shivering in the bitter wind, I try to make sense of what's happened. I died. They killed me. But I am no longer dead.
End of chapter 1. I assume that's where the demo would have ended. Continue. He's a zombie? I mean, I guess maybe technically. A technical zombie. Deceased estate.
Consciousness creeps slowly back, and with it, the freezing cold. My hands are numb, unresponsive lumps that wipe muck from my eyes. I look out at the dark water. Was all that really under there? As if in answer, a glimpse of spotlight through the sleet, flicking left, then right. Searching. Christ, it's cold. Gotta get out of the open, get warm.
Is there like a helicopter or something?
Hello? I peer into the dark, shivering violently. No one. Shivering's good though. I know that from my time working the trawler. Means I'm not hypothermic. Yet. But with my clothes wet, I'm bleeding heat fast. Cold and dead. Better get it lit or I'll be the same. There's some wood in there, only half burned.
Okay. One's home. Discard newspapers. Is this the same day? Did they take all those people, or
bucket butcher the cops are linking to a string of bodies? His face is hidden under a floppy bucket hat in the picture. It doesn't look like the soldiers I saw. Reckon they're barking up the wrong tree.
let's put that in there.
With unfeeling hands, I crumple pages into the can. I pause at the death notices. Idea. I search for Mum's name. Nah, paper's a week old, of course. Current one would have her notice, though. Funeral time and place. I'd see the old girl put in the ground, at least.
He's still... the barrel's moved away. Okay, I think that's... Old outlet's blocked. I mean, I know he has to get to the funeral, but... But still, after all of that... we don't have... Is there a way I could, like... Is this gonna help at all?
Blunt enough.
Okay.
Paper should be enough to get a fire started. Just needs a light.
Yeah.
The brick wobbles as I claw at it with numb fingers.
Oh,
I lever the brick out. Small cavity behind. Someone stashed a bottle of rum. Just the ticket. The booze should delay the shock a little, though I'll freeze all the quicker if I don't get that fire lit. I take a violent slug, close my eyes, and wait for the warmth to spread outward from my gut.
Dad?
What are you doing here? Thoughts come slow, struggling to break through a frozen tundra. You're... Wait!
Lurk, I think I'm gonna work. I might want to play this game. Sounds good. Make sure you wishlist it. But have a good lurk, bear.
Into the drain. Something's wedged in there, but it's too dark to see. My hand's too numb to feel. Backing out, something tumbles down the pile of silt. A Zippo lighter. Hey, this was Bill's.
Do we have the rum? Can I, like...
I pour some rum over the paper for good measure.
There we go.
I force my frozen hands to strike a spark. Sharp smell of flint, but no flame. The wick feels dry. At least the cold doesn't feel so bad now. Not even shivering anymore. I could trim the wick, but it's not going to fill the lighter. Splash of alcohol stings my frost-nipped skin as I fill the lighter. I fumble the Zippo alight, try to hold the flame steady on the paper. Come on. It catches, starts to burn. I hunch over the flames, slowly thawing, the caustic sting of blood returning to frozen fingers. Time to get out of here.
By the way, I love how much like they had a line for if I, like they had a voice line for if I, you know, tried to combine the knife and the lighter. I feel like that's a very, I feel like there's, I don't know. I think that's cool. They had to plan for that, I guess, for people to try that.
Too hot to touch now.
Is there anything else in here?
I crawl halfway into the hole. From the flame of the Zippo, I make out what looks like an old boot. Dousing the lighter, I grab, pull. The mud eases its grip with a slow schlock. All at once it comes free. I fall back under mud, dirty water and...
Oh God, get it off!
Oh boy. I'm trapped under the body, sinking into the mud and blood.
I roll the body off me and stare down at my old friend.
Bill!
Bill?
Bill's ragged form lies in a spreading pool of black, his dead eyes wide and staring.
A look of angry shock frozen on his face. I'd never seen him angry. Even as a kid when he lectured me. Just another stupid runaway. I'll find them, Bill. Do to them what they did to you. To me. Oh, who am I kidding? Better to just disappear again.
Is there... We're just gonna leave him there? There's nothing else we can do?
Bending to close his eyes, I see a card poking from the pocket of his blood-stained shirt. Angela Grace. I feel something else too. Not in the pocket, but stashed in the lining. Ugh, can't rip it with my bare hands. I pierce the lining, rip it away.
A cassette tape.
Footsteps outside.
Uh-oh.
Ah, what have we here? Got it. Stop there. You led us on quite the chase.
Can I...
Bastards!
Drop that scrap of bling for me, boss. Come easy.
So you can dump me in the reservoir again? Why are you doing all this?
Drop it now. Talk later.
Dad, in here.
Alec, wait, I'm coming.
I wouldn't try it.
The barrel is the only cover
I
close
duck
enough.
behind the barrel.
Not gonna do you no good, boss.
Can I, like... Oh.
He'd easily sidestep a thrown bottle, and a bit of broken glass at his feet won't stop him killing me.
Steph, welcome in. How's it going? we're playing something certainly more intense than Stardew. I'll close your tab. How are you though? Is the other guy supposed to be American? I was actually just thinking his voice sounds not Australian. Can
The
I?
bottle won't light on its own.
Okay. Oh.
I strike a flame and hold it to the cloth. It
smolders, but I won't get it to light this way.
Put the
I
cloth
douse
in the bottle.
strip of cloth with alcohol and push it down into the bottle.
Oh, snap.
I hold the flame under the rag until it lights.
We're making a Molotov. Black smoke pours upwards from the fire, obscuring everything beyond it. Go!
I make a dive for the drain. Shots fire wildly through the smoke, kicking mud and blasting chips from the stone wall above. Then I'm through, stumbling through the mud and filth, lit only by the cold flame of the Zippo and the flashes of pursuing torches. This is crazy. I gotta get out of town. And no more boxcars, so I need some cash. Rounding a corner, I slip up a manhole and out onto the sleeping city streets. This is the place. Grace said they pay for stories.
What's the general gist of this game? So we're only on chapter 2 right now, but we're this guy named Mick, and we are trying to get to our mom's funeral. But we took we hopped onto a train like a hobo, and we opened up the door. They started shooting into the car. We escaped. We ran into some of our homeless friends that we've known for a bit. It seems like we were a runaway, grew up in a shelter, was married to a woman who worked at the shelter or owned the shelter, who has since like closed down the shelter. But so we talked to those peeps, and while we're trying to get our phone to work, some people with like night vision masks showed up, took some of the people away, killed one of them at least, and then threw us into the river, or into the water, into a lake or something. And we made it out. But there seems to be some kind of weirdness going on, where it seems as though we died, but we came back to life. And that has not been explained yet. But so there's are we still dead? Who knows? Have we been dead the entire time? There's no way to know. But it is very interesting. It's also I believe this is, I mean, it seems like this takes place in Australia. So you know that's captured my interest. You know I'm here for it. How was the rest of your stream, though?
Empty. Morning issue mustn't be out yet.
Offices of the Herald occupy this old firehouse. Also, I love this guy's voice. Look at that beautiful scenery. Honestly, okay, yeah, the scenery doesn't look great. But I will say, I love the colors of this game. Like, the orange and this, like, bright blue coming through. I love it. But also, yeah, it's the place not looking great. I asked Shady earlier, Alex, what city would you say this is? If you had to take a guess. It was lovely as always, makes my heart so full. I'm glad. That's wonderful. I love that that you're enjoying streaming, but also that you're having a good time. It's okay. We can look at that guy. Apparently we can go down the the alley. Lights on. I guess the news never sleeps. Let's
The sleeping man looks almost built into the street. Clothes and skin are grey concrete. If not for his shallow snoring, I'd take him for dead. Don't think I'll get much out of him.
Games and friends. What more could I want? That's fair. You know what? That's fair. That's the best part of streaming, I think, is the friendships we've made along the way. A bad part of Melbourne, maybe. Fair. I mean, the dev's studio, I think, is based in Melbourne, so you might not be too far off. I was gonna say, you know, the writing kind of reminds me of, I mean, okay, wait, on the Steam page, it does say it's a pulp adventure thriller. You know, it really reminds me of, I don't know if you guys have ever seen or read Sin City, by, who wrote it? Frank Miller. It gives that same, like, noir, like, kind of dark writing, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, the way the characters in Sin City would always, like, because there's a lot of self-narration in Sin City where they're all talking about the dark city and what they're doing and how they feel right now, and the way the wind hits their skin and whatever, like, it's all very descriptive and kind of that, which I wonder, like, I mean, Sin City I feel like also has that, like, pulp vibe to it as well. So I feel like not saying that this is, like, inspired by Sin City or anything like that, but the writing reminds me very much of, like, that style of writing, which I like. I actually really enjoyed Sin City. A very dark comic and movie, but
Don't think I'll get much out of him.
okay. So we have a cassette. Moxie, welcome in. How are you? All right, let's. Oh, hello. She eyes me disinterestedly over a trashy romance novel.
Hi. She raises her eyes briefly from her book.
Ugh.
I have a story to sell.
Deadpan stare.
What?
Okay, well, it's hard to know where to start.
No, Dal. What are you telling me for?
Oh, a writer here, Angela Grace.
She might have bought you lunch for some unpublishable story about flying saucers, if she wasn't missing. It's been in all the papers the last few days.
Days?
Right. So...
She nods toward the door.
Mini cassette tape from the reporter's dictaphone? She must have slipped it to Bill before they got her.
This tape's from Angela Grace's dictaphone. Can you play it?
Dal, if I never hear that piercing voice of hers again, it'll be too soon.
Oh my goodness. Look, I didn't like her either, but...
Get out of there. I have enough filing to do as it is.
Looks like the editor's office through that door. Dark in there now. Well.
Editor's not in, Dal. Believe me, you wouldn't like it if he was. You. Out.
But.
Get out of there.
But. I have a knife.
I'm not going to go around stabbing people.
Listen to me. Do you want a light?
Keep it to myself.
Her card?
Angela Grace gave me her card.
So what? She leaves those everywhere. Prints them herself, you know.
Gotta get my name out there. Giggle.
She rolls her eyes. Somehow I don't think they got on.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that. Starting to feel like they're maybe not friends. Maybe I can go through the alley? Oh!
Morning paper must be in.
Scared me.
Coins clink into the old hat.
Oh.
What are you looking at?
Huh? He's wearing like a scientist coat,
city.
sort of.
Morning headline in bold capitals. And... What? Bucket butcher caught on camera.
Uh-oh.
I'm standing over Bill's body, covered in blood, holding the knife. I glance around. City's still sleeping, but they'll be waking to this soon enough. Like I needed another reason to get out of town. Better get a copy, check the death notices, find the funeral. Annie'll give me money for a bus out.
Ruh-roh. Do you ever say if you think a game is worth the money after playing it? I'd love to play more variety, but I struggle to justify paying for them. Yeah, I feel like I do, typically. And especially I'll tell people if they ask, for sure. But yeah, I think, but also, yeah, I totally get that, like, it can get expensive really, really fast. And even, like, because I play a lot of indie games, and I love indie games. And granted, they're cheaper than, you know, a AAA game, but especially if you're, like, streaming variety, or, like, a lot of these indie games are a bit shorter, you know, they're not necessarily like experiences that you keep on playing versus like, say, a Stardew or Animal Crossing or like, you know, whatever. It you know, you rack up the cost of of that. So sometimes I just have to make like a decision, like oftentimes, I was lucky enough to receive a code for this game, and there are plenty of times where I have not been able to play a game on launch just because I did not receive a code for it, and mostly just because it just gets very expensive. Like, you know, I bought Donkey Kong, which was a lot. So like, granted, I probably would have bought this game because I was very much looking forward to it. But there have been times in the past where I have to be like, okay, well, I'll just wait for a sale for a game, if it goes on sale in the future. But yeah, so when I play a game though, I'll definitely be like, you know, especially if people are interested in it. If I really like it, I'll tell people to pick it up. I will say, I know you were looking into some other life sim, farm sim games. I think Sandrock is my time at Sandrock is very good. I think it's fun. They are working on a new My Time At game, but my experience with Sandrock has been, it seemed kind of buggy at the beginning, and it still was sort of like an early access. It now seems to be like kind of finished. So like, that's now like, I think they've like fixed a lot of things. I think they've done a lot. So like, it's now at a good place to get it. Whereas like, even though there's a new one coming out, it may not be like ready when it releases. I think I've heard that studio releases a lot of games and then it's really not like a finished game until a few months later. But yeah, for sure. What games are you looking at? Guess that receptionist doesn't read her own paper. I mean, she doesn't seem very interested in general. But can we like burn this?
I'll save the light if you want to.
I don't want people seeing us. Okay, let's go into the alley. Fire door backs into the alley. No way of opening from the sides.
I bend to search the bags. Mostly shredded paper, with the odd can of tuna adding fragrance.
You know, I look at, like, we're looking in through somebody's window. Like, we're looking out into the hallway. Why do I keep saying hallway? Out into the alley from somebody's window. What a cool, like, scene. The alley continues to another street, but I don't know where else to go. Battered air conditioner mounted to the wall.
Well, wouldn't be my first time dumpster diving. In desperate times. Lovely.
Banana. So nothing? Smell from the dumpster cuts through even my own acrid stench. Oh yeah, you should get House Flipper. I'd like that diver game. Can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Is it Dave the Diver? Date Everything, Power Wash. I love Power Wash Sim. I'd like to play House Flipper 2, but it's rated much lower than 1. I have House Flipper 2. I will say I had it on my Steam Deck, and it did run poorly on my Steam Deck, so I don't know how it runs and everything else. But it seemed very like, I don't know, it seemed like House Flipper. I don't think there was anything about it that I was like, this seems worse, unless they added something later that wasn't bad. I played it like at launch. So yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting. Wildcard, welcome in. How are you? Dave the Diver, yeah. I like Dave. I didn't get through a lot of it. I liked, I prefer the fishing stuff more. I didn't really like the, restaurant management as much. I have House Flipper 1, but I need to for the Scooby-Doo DLC. I love how much you love Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I've heard Data Everything is good. And Power Wash Sim, you know I love it. YV and I get to play it. Very much enjoying it. Are you jealous of Kid 4 getting to watch a movie? It probably depends on what movie it is. My boy Dave Emmers here loved Dave the Diver. Okay, so... Mini cassette. Oh, can I can't like now. Yeah, so we looked at everything. The lid.
Lid of the dumpster crashes down.
Oh, a faded old billboard looms above me.
Don't think you can even get Clark's anymore.
Can I? Can I? So I can't. Can I climb? Or is there? Pipe looks climbable, but I'd be risking my neck for nothing by trying to get up there. Nice looking game, reminds me of old school Monkey Island. I could kind of see that. This is called The Drifter. It just came out this week. Gonna head to bed. Always great to see your handsome face. Steph, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Always good to have you. Have a good night. Get some sleep. All right. So, nothing. There's a window up there. Nah. It's kind of Steph to lie. Okay, so nothing that way.
Excuse me? I shake him by the shoulder. Hey, I need to borrow a couple of bucks. I'll pay you back. He's completely out of it. At least he didn't attack me with a bit of rebar. I bend to take the few coins he has. I'm really sorry about this. I'll come back and repay you when I can. I know I'm full of shit. Just another buzzard taking advantage.
Is it so that I can get a newspaper?
I drop in the coins, pull the paper out and flip through.
Yeah, it does seem like a bad move.
They're convinced I'm this killer. An out-of-town drifter, caught covered in blood and holding a knife. Can I blame them? Another CCTV image shows me taking the knife from Grace. They're still looking for her body. I turn to the funeral notices. Judith Carter, ashes will be interred. Warren Hills Cemetery, 10 AM today. This Wednesday already? At least that's walking distance.
Okay, so we have the newspaper. Oh, we can go here now.
I make the short trek to the cemetery. Must be almost dawn. Should find where the funeral will be. Wait there.
You're still gonna go to the funeral though after, I mean, you're probably gonna get arrested or something.
No one's there. I guess it is a little early. Locked.
Cemetery office is through here, judging by the sign above the door. Is this a second window that I can look through? Okay.
No one's there. I guess it is a little
I like that
early.
they put us, like, in the other, when I looked over this window, I was on that first one. I like that. Good detail. But to the cemetery map are visible through the graffiti.
I can't make out anything through the layers of graffiti. Sorry, street art.
He does not seem like a art fan.
I follow the path deep into the cemetery gardens. But I'm dead on my feet. The funeral will be at the chapel. I should head there.
Chapel's this way. That's where they'll have the funeral. A loose brick has tumbled from the crumbling wall.
The heft of the brick is reassuring.
Hello.
Hi there.
The caretaker eyes me with a look of disgust.
Oh, just what I need. Something else to deal with.
I just wanted to...
I don't want junkies hanging around. Bad enough with young vandals trashing the gardens.
But...
Are you deaf? I said get lost.
Hey, listen to me.
It's rude. Yeah, our caretaker's hung up his coat. A red handkerchief drips from a pocket.
I'm here for a bloody funeral.
You will not go around disturbing people at a funeral.
He tosses some coins into the dirt.
That's all I have and all you'll get from me. If you're not gone when I'm finished here, I'm calling the police.
Yee!
Wait a minute. If there's one thing I hate, it's pompous, self-righteous, hypocritical...
Shit. Well, I better not wait out front for the cops to arrive then. I'll have to find where they're burying her. Wait there.
Yeah, he does need to chill. Also, speaking of chilling, we have to run ads. Because ads are about to play. So let's run ads, and then we will BRB friends. We'll be back with some more. So, stand up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, and we will be RB.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
You can't hear me. Welcome back, everybody. I accidentally hit that mute button. Welcome back. In Memento, we have a fun little thing happening here in a couple of minutes. So hold on. Actually, hold on. Let's move here for a second. Well, welcome back. How was your break, everybody? Okay, perfect. Now let's go back over here. And... I'm going to play some music for us. In just a few moments, I'm going to be joined by a guest. And you will see who that guest is in a moment. I'm very excited. And you guys should be too. But in the meantime, how was your break? How are you guys doing? Moxie? What movie are you not going to? Are you going to? Friend is being a D&D dungeon master and just told me, so no, I can't play with her. No. Have you ever played D&D, Moxie? D&D is very fun. I am a fan. It's been a while since the last time I played. It was, let's see, probably, gosh, it's been years for sure. Also, let me do this really fast. I need to clean some of this up. Pause. I missed it too. When was the last time you played? Let's pause that. And we'll pause that. Well, we can keep that going. I don't think it'll... Alright. The new Zombies movie. Zombies movie? What movie is that? Like 28 weeks later or more months later, years, whatever it is. I missed it too. Yeah. Alex, it'd be fun to do like a one shot or something. Just a like short little adventure. Maybe a bit over 6 months. That is a long time. I think for me, it's been like 2 years or something. The Disney franchise Zombies? What? Oh, wait. Is this the one where they're in like high school? Is that the one? Is that what I'm thinking of? Because I feel like I did see something like that. I was very confused. Yeah, but now they're in college. Incredible. I'm glad that I'm glad that they're continuing their education. Though there's nothing wrong if the zombies went to like a trade school though. Honestly, might be much more helpful and useful. That's very funny though. I hope it's good. I hope they enjoy it. Gosh. But no, I haven't seen that. I've only seen like random clips. Weren't there also like werewolves and vampires or something? I feel like I remember hearing something like there's different factions in the high school. One second. This won't be as long of a break. Just give me un segundo. 1 second.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
You see, it was just a quick one. Okay, hold on. We have a guest, everybody. Oh, hold on. It's showing my game capture. Hold on 1 second. I need to put you on the screen. Let me just get this. Also, you get to see behind the scenes a little bit. You get to see my green screen. All right, so let me put you... exactly. All right. Can I hide my... There we go. Hide my camera. Perfect. All right, so friends, we have a guest. And let's move over here now to... Over here, I am very honored to be joined by Dave Lloyd, who's one of the devs at Powehoof Games, who actually is working on the game that we were just playing. So hold on, let me get your camera just in the right spot. So everyone say hello to Dave, because this is very cool. One,
Yo.
this is our first time chatting. Granted, I have actually seen some interviews of you already. So I feel like, I feel like, not that I know you, but I'm like, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's always fun with other devs. It's the same with me.
Yeah.
Like listen to a podcast or something that they're on, and then it's like, oh yeah, we've got all these anecdotes we can share. But it's like, oh yeah, no, I've never met you before.
I have never met you before. No, but it's so cool. For one, it's very exciting to have a dev on here because I have never been like involved in any kind of game project or anything before, but I find game dev conceptually to be very cool because I'm like, you get to create worlds, you get to create a story, and I find that very, I don't know, it's so far outside of my realm of understanding that it's just neat. So thank you for like joining me on my stream for like a little bit of a short chat. I just was like, it'd be cool if I could just ask you some questions about game dev and how you got into the field, as well as like I don't know, some questions about the Drifter and stuff. If you don't mind me bombarding you with some questions.
No, totally cool. Yeah, awesome.
So first, my first question is going to be, what is your beard routine? Because you have an excellent beard, and I feel like it's undeniable. So how long have you been growing your beard? What is the routine? Have you perfected your beard routine?
Yeah, I'm always doing different stuff. I don't know. I always had a bit of a beard, but it was always very short. And then it was a COVID thing that I was just like, I'm just going to grow it out. I don't care anymore. And then I liked it, so I kept it. Yeah, beard oil, I guess. And like I comb it, and I have one of those boar bristle brush things.
Yes.
And then I kind of do like that, and then just comb the end bits. That seems to help a bit because keep it straight. I don't know.
I haven't gotten beard oil yet, but I feel like I might need to invest in that at some point.
Yeah,
so
that's nice stuff. Keeps it supple. Yeah.
Okay, so nice, yeah, that's what I've heard. Also, okay, so you are based in Australia. Whereabouts in Australia are you?
Melbourne. Yeah.
Melbourne.
Down the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, we do have a few Aussies in our community. One of them just said, "Thanks for making games where people sound like us and aren't a Mad Max version of Oz."
Yeah.
That was one of the things that so I played the Drifter during the last Steam Next Fest, and I was actually saying this earlier that it was probably the standout demo for me. I sort of was just like, you know, it was it caught me by surprise. I was like, oh, this looks cool. I like point and click games, but it was pretty exciting to for one, it does seem to take place in Australia, and there are quite a few Aussies on the cast, it seems. So I was like, oh, this is awesome. What was sort of was there like a reasoning for wanting to have it take place in Australia or anything, or was it just
it was something
that normal to you?
It came out of because I'd done point and click adventures before. Always sort of done them as little side projects mainly, but they're always comedies because it was like felt the natural thing, and the idea that I guess like what you were saying, the idea that I could create some sort of world that people would find believable was just like, oh, I couldn't do that. I'm not like that good at writer or whatever. But so yeah, it was a bit of a like, we were doing some game jams, and I was like, oh, I might try doing a serious game just to see what it's like. But we thought we'd try an Australian kind of character just to ground it and be like, well, at least we'll know if it sounds like authentic or if it's Australian. With American, with like, I've got no idea if the language that they're using is correct. It's just like making up words. And even when we were doing voice acting, because there's some American characters, they were constantly pointing out, it's like, no one says, I'll go take a squiz in America.
I'm not even 100% sure what that means, to be honest.
Or whatever. Yes. There's a lot of those sort of things. They're like, oh, yeah, of course.
I love
or
that.
Go to the servo, it's like, or even just like kilometers and miles and things like,
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, so for one, side note, I'm actually going to be visiting Australia sometime in the next 6 months or so.
Awesome.
Very excited to. I have a bunch of Australian friends that I've met through Twitch and stuff, so I'm very excited to meet them. Yeah. So I've picked up on random Aussie phrases, and I love it. But yeah, I'm like, servo, yeah, I'm aware of what that is. But a squiz, I have never heard of. Don't know what that means.
Take a look. I think maybe it even was a shortening of sticky beak, which is another very Australian one, which I think comes from I'll take a gander at something, which is like
yeah,
which is
like a bird,
maybe
right?
a UK thing, or yeah. So take a gander is, I think, a British expression for go have a look at something. And then sticky beak, I think, must come from that. Like it's a bird with a beak. So it's like, I don't know.
Interesting.
But yeah, so no one. That was a fun one because no one else had heard of that. But it's
that is wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of those and a lot of them are just like. They're just casual things that you don't think about, obviously, and you're like, oh no, that's one that no one understands. Which I like. I try to keep a bunch of them in when it works in context and people can kind of figure out the meaning from context. That's fun. So I kept those little ones.
For sure, no, and I'm sure writing for, like different characters that come from different places would be a lot more difficult. I don't think I would ever be able to convincingly write an Aussie in a way that would be authentic to, Aussies or whatever. So yeah, that is a very unique problem or obstacle, I guess, to sort of like, confront maybe while you're working on a project. So rewinding back a little bit, how long have you been in game dev? What first kind of got you interested in developing games and all of that? Yeah,
I mean, so I kind of first started properly kind of making a game, or the first game I kind of put out there was in early 2000s, because I was a uni student, I found this program you could make adventure games with called Adventure Game Studio, and so I kind of just chucked some digital photos in a like of my backyard and like, wow, I can walk a character around, and that kind of got me hooked, just like making stuff and making characters walk around and making them say stuff, and then I did a bunch of other games with that, and not all point and click adventures, and then went on and ended up getting a job in it's like I did a computer science degree and got a job as a programmer at a games company in Melbourne, and games companies back then were all just kind of work for hire studios, they called it, where basically some big publisher in the US would be like, okay, we've got this movie coming up, we need a crappy game for it that no one cares about if it's any good, and so we're like, oh, we'll do it for the cheapest of anyone. So that's what all the companies did, and so I was like, we all everyone there was a junior basically, so we all just got brought in. We didn't know what we were doing. We had terrible games with no time.
Gosh.
And yeah, so nothing to be proud of, but we learned a lot. And we're all
learning experience though. Yeah.
So that's where I met Adrian, the voice actor, who's a 3D artist as well, and Barney, who's the other Powehoof. Yeah, so a lot of lifelong friends from those days. But yeah, then sort of there's a bit of like financial turmoil, GFC kind of hit, and all the American companies like, oh, it's no longer the cheapest place to get games made. So so those contracts dried up, which meant that a lot of those companies folded. Me and Barney started working in like mobile game space stuff. So that was just as smartphones were coming in, like iPhone had just come up.
Yeah.
And so that was a really fun time, briefly as well, where the games were really quite interesting and experimenting with this new technology. And then our company got bought out by EA, and they sort of started pushing the whole everything has to be trying to nickel and dime customers and like in-app purchases and all that stuff, freemium. And
I remember that time.
Found ourselves like linking to psychology blogs and stuff like that. And it's like, anyway, we decided it's a good time to try and do the indie thing, because that had just started to become something you could do in terms of that there's places you could sell your games suddenly, and that was pretty awesome. So we quit and started Powehoof in 2013. So I've been doing it about 10 years. Yeah, and
that is awesome. Yeah. that is super cool. Well, I do remember that time of gaming when I remember like Plants vs Zombies 2 came out.
Exactly,
I think that was EA. And
just after EA bought PopCap.
And I loved the first one. So then, but yeah, they introduced the whole like energy thing, and you could only play so many matches before having to like buy energy. And I was like, oh goodness, this is not what I want in games. Yeah. Did you grow up playing games? Were you like a big gamer growing up too?
Yeah. We only ever had a PC to play on, so it was always like scrounging around for DOS games and like maybe swapping some floppy disks at primary school. And visiting friends' houses where they had a console. You could like hire one from Blockbuster or something for the weekend. But so always played games, and I think I always liked digging around in DOS and PC games, just because, especially like when I was a bit older and I had no money, but just like loved playing games, I could just find the old abandoned games to like play, and they were all super janky. But I think in terms of becoming a game designer and stuff, like I learned a lot from the janky weird games, because they didn't necessarily work, but they all had some interesting weird idea behind them, So it was always interesting to explore and sort of get a broader view of the sort of things that games can do that might not work, in one context, but might be interesting things to do in another.
Well, I feel like that has to be, I mean, I can kind of see that a bit in some of the games you guys have worked in or have worked on, regular human basketball. I feel like that is an incredibly unique game, and I love the. I'd actually not heard of it, but I watched the trailer for it, and I was like, the trailer is incredible. I feel like sells the idea of the game very well. But I feel like that's one of the things that so I'm a big indie game fan. I feel like one of the cool things in just the indie game space is just the experiments that you can try with games, and like that you won't see necessarily in a lot of AAA titles, where it feels like those have to be very, cookie cutter, and you follow the formula, and we have 20 FIFA games. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because they've got to support giant studios, and so they can't really take the little risks. Whereas we're like, we're just going to make a game in a week, and it's going to be terrible.
But sometimes that's like, I don't know. There's so many cool games out there that are being made by indie studios that I feel like are, to me, it's what like makes me excited about playing games and stuff, because you don't see, you don't see that being, advertised or being played by, just everybody, but I don't know, you get some fun mechanics, and I'm sure game jams, can probably be a lot of that fun, exciting experimentation for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really love game jams just for that reason. You go into it not knowing what's going to happen, and you come out with just some weird thing, and ideally, even if it's not good, it's like memorable in some way, or it's like you get to explore some sort of game idea or mechanic idea or character idea or something that that you wouldn't have otherwise, especially on a bigger project, because you always sort of just bigger projects just take a long time, and you don't get to try as many things. So I've sort of kept up doing game jams through the long time working on the Drifter as well, just because it keeps things fresh a bit,
That's awesome. So, okay, Crawl, basketball game, The Drifter. Did those all start as game jams, or have they been separate from game jams as well?
Yeah, those ones all did. The first like Crawl and Breaking and Basketball were like we kind of had this idea for that with a bunch of other dev friends that would just like make some local multiplayer games and then just like really crummy ones and then bring them around here for a party like in a month or whatever. And then we'd all like work on them a bit in the day, and then in the evening we'd all just play each other's like local multiplayer games together. Because we were kind of going around to people's houses and playing, you know, Mario Tennis and stuff and like random multiplayer games. But there wasn't that many at that time. That was around 2010 to 2013. So yeah, we were like, let's just make some, and we could put our friends in the games because we're just making it for them and make them laugh. So that's where those two kind of the seeds of those ideas came out. And then I made a sort of this little point and click horror game called Peridium at the first Adventure Jam. The first Adventure Jam we did. And that was the seed of the idea for like, I could do a full length thing in this style, like, and that's what became The Drifter.
Really? Okay, so is that for you when you're like coming up with games, is it sort of like what is the starting process for you? Are you kind of like, I have this story idea? Is it I have a style or like a mechanic that you're kind of like thinking of? What kind of what is the initial?
That's hard to put a finger on, I guess. Like I do. I don't know. Like sometimes it's just watching a movie or read a book and I'm like, that like I could do something with this setting. That'd be really cool. And then sort of collecting different parts of it and like different things that would work with that or something. And like a lot of things are just built over a long period of time in that way of like, that could kind of work with this idea I had about a reporter character like in Night Stalker, where they're sort of chasing car crashes and trying to get footage, and then one thing leads to another, and then like you kind of slowly kind of get more ideas, and then some of them just sit in the back of my head or in a document somewhere, and other ones end up in a game jam or being part of a game jam where I'm like, let's try this idea I had for ages ago about doing this style of game that I, and then some of them kind of become a bigger thing. The harder thing with Drifter, because I'd done a lot of like that style of thing where it's just like a character, and then there's a little character arc and a little gameplay arc, and then the game ends, and it's like one note kind of thing. And most of the game jams like an hour long and that kind of thing. Trying to actually bring in, have enough kind of creative ideas to sort of flesh out a 7 to 10 hour game, that was, I thought it'd be like, just 7 to 10 of those in a row, but it's like, no, it's got like exponentially more complex the more like each little bit came in. It's like everything has to work together now, and like all like, oh man, that was really hurt my head, trying to kind of do that, and it took a long time. That was a big like sort of journey of discovery, of working out how to plot things that are bigger and like learning a bit more about writing and all that stuff as well.
For you, what do you think is your like bread and butter when it comes to that? Are you sort of like more the bigger ideas? Is it more like the actual coding? Is it the writing itself? Like what to you do you think is sort of like where you feel the most comfortable? And
I think the thing that really hooked me right at the start of making games, like with these old adventure games, was that I got to do like bits of everything. So it was like, bits of coding, a bit of like character writing, almost like directing a play where you're directing like where the actors are going to stand, but then you also get to draw the actors and decide what they're going to do. And then, do bits of audio design, like record some sound effects and make some music if you want. That was, I still really like that about solo dev, because when you work at a big studio, you're just doing one thing every day. That's definitely one of the highlights, and one of the reasons that we kind of keep the team pretty small as well, because means we get to keep doing that. I'm definitely the most experienced as a programmer. Like that's the thing that I feel most at ease with, I guess, most comfortable with. Writing, I've been definitely learning the most about over this project. Like it's something that I just had the most to learn, and like at the start I didn't realize how deep that well went in terms of like how much there is to learn and like how much nuance and subtlety, and it's like every little like tidbit you learn, oh that's interesting, and then you can go into like, I don't know, you can read novels on just that like one point and like still not understand it, not really get it, So yeah, that's fun. But yeah.
I bet. How large is the team overall? Is it?
So me and Barney is Powehoof, and then we had Matt working on background art and Alex working on character animations as well, and two friends, Mitch and Louis, who contributed music. Mitch ended up putting the rest of the music together over the last few years. And yeah, then voice actors and stuff, and PR and voice director. So yeah, ended up kind of that became another part of my job, is just managing like the team, which is not the part of my job I enjoy. And then accounting and running a small business things, and it's like, there's parts that of like the solid dev thing that aren't the fun bits. Where there's lots of roles I like, but then there's some which are like, maybe this would be nice if there was people doing this. But...
Fair, yeah, no, that is 100%. You know, I can't imagine having to sort of run the business side of things when, on top of that, you're already focused on the game, and probably so many different aspects that are just focused on the game, to then have to sort of have that leadership management role that can be this different set of skills entirely. How long has the Drifter been in development?
So like 6 years was for this one.
Yeesh.
Wow. Insane. I was like, and I think if I'd known that when I started, I would have just gone like, okay, maybe not. Let's do something. And it wasn't in anything. Nothing really went wrong that caused it to take so long. It was just every little part was just a slow process, I think. So there's nothing that I could go back and go, if I'd known, I wouldn't have done this, because that took 2 years that we didn't need to do. It was just every little scene was like, ended up taking longer, or being a bit more iterative. And I think I took longer doing, because it's my first big like narrative story kind of thing. I kind of wrote the whole thing and made it all playable with just like really scrappy placeholder art, so I could like iterate as a first draft and get people testing it early on. Because I just didn't know I didn't know what the story would be when I was like halfway through. It was only when I got to the end, I'm like, okay, this is what's going to happen, really. Like I had like ideas, like, I think this is how it's going to end, or this could happen. But until I got there, I didn't know if it would work. And there was definitely a lot of stuff that by the time I got to writing the end of it, I was like, that wouldn't happen. The characters wouldn't do that, or like that wouldn't be climactic, or that'd feel like a cop out. So it was a good way of doing it. It was just very time consuming. So it's like the first 3 years was really just, or 2.5, I guess, was mostly me just building it all myself, and so then bringing on the full team for the second half.
That's cool, though. I mean, I'm sure it has to be a process. I have never written anything to any kind of degree that's like this, but I feel like I've experienced that sort of like, okay, I don't even know what's really happening at this point anymore. So I can't imagine the writing that goes into making a game where then you're building this world, and you have to make it playable, and you're trying to make it interesting for people. That is like, I think that's, again, some of the magic, I think, of when I meet game devs or get to talk to them or whatever. I'm always just like, I know that what you've probably been through to make this game has probably been a wild journey as a whole. With the game taking like 6 years to make, how do you, like, I'm sure there are hills and valleys in terms of being excited for the project. How do you stay like motivated, or like how do you keep the creative juices flowing during like a 6-year stint? Because that seems like a difficult thing.
I think like because I had the kind of the game playable 3 years ago, I kind of always knew like this is the next part to do, like to art and audio and everything. So I always had like a list of like what's next. So it was really more the problem I had with it taking so long was more, I just like lie awake at night going, how is this taking so long? Like I can't, it's got to be out next year. I'll go crazy if it doesn't. And then like, next year roll around and then be halfway through the year. I'm like, oh, it's not gonna even get done this year. This last scene took so long. Why is it happening? So that was that was the hardest thing, and that was the bit I really didn't enjoy. Like actually working on the game when I got in, when I was sat at the computer and working on stuff, it's all pretty fun. Like it's all like cool, adding new art and like putting the next little bit in and like tweaking this bit and adding a bit of extra dialogue or changing a puzzle or whatever. All that stuff's fun. Like I enjoy that. And I started working in a share office as well, so I was with a bunch of other devs, cool. And they're all doing their own things and all have their own things they're stressing about, and that's really helpful in terms of having other people around making stuff that's not your thing. It like gets you out of your own head and stops your thing being the most important thing in the world, because it's like, oh yeah, there's all these other like things that are that are also cool, and it's not all about this one project that's got to be the best, So yeah,
for sure. And I'm sure you can learn from other devs, also, working on other projects next to you and stuff. That's got to be kind of a neat sort of experience.
Yeah,
too.
Having people to bounce ideas off, and also like that businessy kind of stuff. Having people to talk about, like, oh, what are you supposed to do for this tax form thing? I've got no idea. Oh, I think I just did this. Oh, I talked to this guy. He knows what to do. That's super helpful with that kind of stressful stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. I wouldn't even know where to start with that kind of stuff. Yeah. I will say so far we're only in chapter 2. So we're not like super far into it. We just got to the like cemetery. I am enjoying the writing of the game, though. I feel like I was actually saying this before, because I know in the description of the game it mentions like it's a pulp adventure kind of story. It does. I was saying earlier, it kind of reminds me a little bit, the writing wise, kind of gives me a callback to. Even I don't know if you ever watched the movie Sin City or read the comic Sin City, but like that same sort of. Because all the characters in there self-narrate, yeah. And so I was like, it reminds me of that same type of writing. So I'm enjoying it. I'm like, I'm in it, and I think also, did you say his name's Alex, who did the voice for Mick? Is that
Adrian? Yeah,
Adrian. I know it's an A. Adrian's voice is fantastic. I love it. He does a great job, I think, of
he's a 3D artist that we've worked with forever at different studios, but then we're doing game jams. He's like, oh, I can do some voices for it if you want, and then like he just kept doing more voices and more characters and stuff, and he does it professionally now as well as a side thing, so so it was always like, oh yeah, cool, we'll make a big game and get you to do voices. It'd be great.
He's done a fantastic job, and it was actually again, it's really cool. So because of my Australia trip that's coming up and whatever, we talk about Australia quite a bit, and when my Aussie friends are in chat, love asking them questions about Australia and the culture and differences and whatever. I live in Alaska, so very different from what I'm used to. But when I was playing the demo and first heard his voice, part of me was like, is he Australian? And then Alex, somebody in our community, came in and was like, these Aussies? And I was like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just me, but it got me so hyped for the game, because I was like, yes, like one it just hyped me up. So I'm glad that.
Now,
I'm expecting this 100%. I know I'm going to stay away from anyone with night vision goggles. That's for sure, because they don't seem like great people. Exactly. I mean, though, that would be fun. It seems like a great way to maybe view Australia is through just jumping onto train cars and just seeing where it takes me. Okay, so what kind of inspired you for the Drifter? Because I mean, it does seem like a very unique style of point and click game. Like even just again the writing and the environments and all that. What kind of inspired you to
I mean, the original concept for the character and stuff was from my friend Adrian, and like, what would be a really good voice that he could do, so that was part of it. And then it was yeah, like a this, like a drifter rolling into town. That idea, and like I love. I want to see horror / thriller thing, and I really like tech thrillers like Michael Crichton stuff. So that
cool.
kind of angle was something I wanted to sort of introduce as well. And for the game jam, the first sort of thriller game jam we did, the character could kind of get into these really scary situations, but they couldn't die, and so it felt a bit like, it would be nice if I could have something where there is this peril, but then there's actually a payoff. You don't just get the sense that like, oh yeah, we can't die, so whatever, And so having it, but then I didn't want to have game over screens and like, because that sort of takes you out of the experience, and like the pop up that says save, restore, quit, like the old Sierra games had or whatever. That works really well in comedy where you have a funny death and like, you died. But I was like, okay, so yeah, then it was like, oh, maybe that can tie in with the sort of tech thrillery stuff and like mystery and like what's going on, why is he, the character remembers what happened. So that was sort of all those seeds, and that scene under the water with all the bodies and stuff, that was kind of the first kind of thing, one of the first images I had in my head of like, oh yeah, that would be a pretty climactic thing. You're like, oh, what's going on, there's all these drown things, you've got to escape, and you the first time you don't escape and you die, but then you come back, so that was kind of the seed of it. And then it was kind of building upon that, and like, so the way in terms of that first chapter, I guess, like the characters in that, there was like, I sort of wanted to get some exposition in there, so I was like, oh, maybe there's a reporter interviewing people and she can kind of give some hints at what's some of the things that are going to happen or that are being explored, and then you meet an old friend there to give you a bit more context about like your family or something. So that was like a kind of, those characters come about through almost a mechanical necessity sometimes, I think that's probably a lot of the characters do. That's the seed of them. It's like, I need something to do this job, and then the character kind of builds around that. And then a lot of the time it's like, oh yeah, but that's really obvious, I'll try and turn them on its head, so you think that the character needs a friend they can depend on. It's like, oh, but I'll make them seem like they're a baddie or something. So then I can play with it, and so the full story took a long time to come together. It was like that was a hard thing. It was like, how do authors and stuff do this? And then listen to podcasts and authors are like, how do authors do this? Like, they don't know either. So it's like, oh, good. It's not just me.
We're all in the same place then. No, that scene with underwater, I loved that. With also how that is sort of like revealed to you, because it starts off with sort of just that like slice where you only see him, and then once you take off the bag, then it opens everything, and then you see, oh, this is we're in a real tough situation here. There are many people who have not made it out, but even I think you're right, sort of like game over screens could definitely kind of take you out of the moment necessarily, like sort of, but I liked how it sort of just looped, and it kind of makes you feel like you necessarily haven't done anything wrong specifically. It just kind of makes you feel like it's still one, that there's almost this like, oh, was that supposed to happen? Or like, oh, okay, I haven't failed, You're
in the same shoes as the character. Like, the character's learned something from that, and so have you as the player, I think. So, that was the idea. So it's so cool. Look at all these friends we have with us down in the water. They're just here to help us. Okay, how different was it working on like a point and click game versus like Crawl or regular human basketball? Like, I think so regular human basketball was like a really quick thing, because that was like the palette cleanser after Crawl, which was a 4-year kind of project. Which we swore we'd never do anything that long again. But,
and then came the Drifter.
I'll do another product, and then it'll be a 10-year game, and then So Crawl's hard, because it's the sort of game that we could just never stop working on and just keep adding stuff, and people obviously want us to keep adding stuff still, but we really just wanted to. We sort of want to keep making new stuff.
For sure.
So whereas the Drifter kind of had, like, story-wise, it had a start and a middle and an end, so there's kind of a point where, like, I knew that once we got to this scene being arted up and all that production treatment and the voice acting's done and all that stuff, then that's the game complete, you know. And then there's little refinements, and there's stuff I'm going to still kind of go back and tweak, and like some options I can add for that people want for different things. But there's no the story and stuff is done now, you know. There's nothing that's going to change there. It's just like extra little mini features that people might want, you know. So and it's sort of that way through development. It was like working on the next scene is always the next thing to do. Whereas with Crawl, it's like, okay, let's try adding more variety of traps, or let's try a mechanic where this thing can happen, and potions can do this thing or something, you know. So it was, and Crawl was hard because I was always working with keeping the game really tight as much as possible, because it was already like a half hour to play one match, which was kind of a longer time for most sort of local multiplayer games, and like balancing, every character and every monster has to be able to be played by the players, and like and be balanced against the other ones. But then it was always always a balance. A lot of back and forth. But very different to different style thing to build. Because it's sort of not it wasn't built linearly, I guess, if that makes sense.
No, for sure, that makes sense. Yeah. I am curious about, because I feel like it would be easy, quote unquote easy, to write a point and click game that does not have voice acting, because you can make tweaks to the script without having to re-record lines. You can tweak a lot of things, and you're not having to rely on like, all right, well, because if we write a new line, we have to get it recorded and all of that. How was what did that process look like? Like, had you did you perfect the script first and then you wrote everything, or was it very much like all right, we're going scene by scene?
No, we
going back and rewriting.
The writing and stuff had been pretty locked in for quite a while. There's still changes right up to the end where it's like where testers were really getting stuck on something. It's like, I'll add I'll get the character to say something, but because it's my friend Adrian, that was easy. I didn't have to like hire a studio, home studio. So it's like, didn't have to get it. A lot of our voice actors, it'll be like a minimum 2-hour session, so you're paying for 2 hours, even if it's like one line. Which is that's just sort of the industry, right? Which is good. I mean, honestly, voice acting is not the biggest expense, because there's just you get through so many lines so fast. But it feels like it's expensive at a per hour rate, but actually it doesn't add up to that much compared to the art and the other production things for the game. So I did put a lot of work into like going over the script again and again, and like testing stuff before we started recording. At least before we started recording the secondary characters and stuff. But and with Adrian, we sort of recorded it over a year and a half or something. Just like every week we'd have a session or two, just do a bit more, because it was like I can't remember how many, like 10 to 14,000 lines or something. It was like a lot.
Yeesh. What was like the biggest challenge for you in the process of making this game? Like, would you say it's writing, puzzles? What's sort of the biggest challenge?
It was writing early on, like all the aspects of writing, just coming up with how is this next scene going to work, like. And I think the writing kind of and the puzzles all worked sort of together, kind of like if the puzzle didn't make sense for the character to do, like for me, the puzzle had to make sense. It had to be something the character would do in this story. If he was in this situation, it would be a natural thing that's in his way, not some not like you walk up to a door and for some reason there's a sliding tile puzzle on it you've got to solve or something. And feel like it's part of the world or whatever. So that came into the writing as like part of, like, I had to think of ideas for that stuff, and that was hard. Like a lot of like just like I did a lot of free writing, which I found quite useful. So it's like writing stream of consciousness, like that's a really useful sort of creative technique to just like working out stuff. I really enjoy doing that. But sometimes it would be a lot of staring into the abyss, trying to think of like how am I going to get the character from this location to this location where I've got an idea for something cool to happen, but they're over here. How do I get them to there? And have gameplay on the way, and have it flow naturally. So
that's super. No, I bet that I think oftentimes when I'm playing indie games, there are many times where I'll sort of take a step back and think about just like the meta of like, how did somebody come up with this idea, or like how did they think of this puzzle? What was, because you can't, you have to try to make it flow in some way, and if you're trying to make it, the world seem cohesive, if you just have them doing sliding puzzles, like you said, where it doesn't make sense, then it sort of takes you out of even the story itself. I have enjoyed so far some of the. I feel like I've had a few ahas as I've figured, I need to combine a couple of items together, or this is, this is where, I think when I realized that I was going to be throwing a Molotov at I was like, oh, okay, we're going in this direction. I see. Okay. All right. I'm excited to see what's about to happen here. So I feel like there's, as a player who, doesn't fully understand, just who's never really seen the full process of a game being made. It's kind of, it's cool to see and hear about how, your process of, figuring things out and figuring out the writing and making it make sense, because making a game, that maybe isn't as story driven, I feel like that, is a different challenge in and of itself. But to have it then, like you're trying to tell a story, you're trying to, make it fun and make sense and have it be climactic and all that. That is a challenge that, I don't know. To me, I'm like, that is amazing that you've like, I think releasing a game seems like the coolest thing, because you've done it. A couple of last things before getting into it. So like, what is it, speaking of like releasing a game, you've worked 6 years on it. You've blood, sweat, and tears, maybe literally. I don't know fully literally of all that, but maybe. Yeah, while you're filling out those forms, there's paper cuts. What does it feel like to release a game and then also see people play it? What is that like for you?
It's definitely different when it's such a big one. And like yesterday and today, I've definitely been feeling better. Like because I stayed up to like 3 a.m. to launch it, so it was like a good time in America with the press and everything. And I was so tired already, like that morning, and then like stayed awake, 24 hours or whatever, almost like, and then and then it was just like looking through like reviews and like kind of peeking. It's like, oh, they're being nice. And like not really wanting to look at the game in case it's like completely broken, and like and I should look in case it is so I can fix it. But, so that was like and just because I was running on no sleep, I was like, I was very tired. And then after a good night's sleep, it was like, actually I think it went all right. But now I'm in a good. It's like, cool. I didn't screw anything up. That's the main thing. It's like it's not. It gets to this point right at the end where you stop worrying about because for such a long time you're like, I just want to make every little part as good as I can make it. Like, this bit's a bit off. I really want to fix that. And there's some things that you don't quite get time to like go and refine that bit that you wanted to refine. But then right at the end, it's just like, if it just like doesn't completely explode, or like I haven't completely screwed something up, and I try and launch the game and like Steam's like, what do you mean you haven't done this thing you're supposed to have done, and now we can't sell it or something. As long as that doesn't happen, I'll be happy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't even imagine that. But because I feel like it probably feels like this is your baby. That it's your 6-year baby, 6-year-old baby that you've been working on, and you're now like, all right, it's your time to
like comes to one button you got to click to launch it.
Is that nerve-wracking, like pushing that go live button?
Yeah. It is, because for regular human basketball, when I pushed the button, the game went live, but there was no buy button on the page. Like,
what?
Yeah, so I had to like message Steam support and stuff, and then it was like, it was like the middle of the night, so I just I'll just go to bed. I'm so tired. I went to bed, woke up the next morning. Good, they fixed it. That's so that made it a bit more like, I hope this actually works, because I'd sort of scheduled all my like press tweets and all that stuff, and all the posts and all that, and it's like, oh
goodness,
hopefully all that's not going out saying the game's out, and then no, it's actually not.
Yeah, goodness.
No, it was all very very smooth. And I kind of I had everything sort of set up so that I didn't have to use my brain at 3 a.m. So I had some posts to copy and paste from text from Notepad into things, so I didn't have to
excellent. We love
try and write like press copy order, right?
That's
like happy sounding, chirpy sounding tweets or anything.
that has to be. I mean, that is definitely like market. So I do marketing apart from streaming and stuff. And that's like, a whole job entirely. So like having to do that yourself also and all of that has got to be, that's an aspect of, indie game dev that, is also a learned skill and
it is,
that you have to pick up.
I think it's like, it's a bit different for solo dev and like small devs and indies, I think, because it's like, it is marketing, but it's also a bit community stuff. So you like, a lot of it is chatting to people on Discord or, like even making trailers and stuff. It's like, oh, my fans will really like this. So it's a bit more personal. You're not just like, oh, I'm trying to sort of get random people I'm never gonna like interact with to buy some product I don't care about. It's like, it's all very like they go together really well. So it's kind of some of that. Like I really enjoyed making the trailers and stuff. Like that was really enjoyable. And like stuff like Twitter and stuff. It's like, it's cool because you get to see people engage with the stuff you're making. So it's kind of yeah. It is marketing, but it's kind of in between. It's not as bad as the full on accounting work. You have all that stuff.
True. No, and
but it still sometimes feels like a distraction. You have to like, I just want to work on the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I actually I'm now fully on Blue Sky, but what predominantly kept me on Twitter for the longest time was I mostly follow artists and game devs on Twitter. And then when most of them moved over to Blue Sky, I was like, sweet, I can kind of abandon Twitter now. But one of the things that I've loved seeing is how it seems like connected and supportive the indie game dev community is. Like seeing devs talk to each other and whatever. It's very fun as, again, for me, fly on the wall. I just sort of am like, oh, this is so cool. Like this dev that I follow that, is making this game. I see them interacting on a post from, another creator that I follow. And I'm like, oh, that's so, it's neat to see that sort of community
definitely. It definitely feels like that. Yeah, like rising tide lifts all ships sort of thing where like, we all want more people to play more indie games and like the sort of stuff that we like, so that's good. Like it's always felt good to me. Like it's a good industry. There's so many, I think the majority of like industries, there's a very, very stiff, like, you don't share your trade secrets with people. Whereas I always felt like even big companies' games, there's always like, oh, I worked out how to make snow look cool. Here, I'm going to do a talk on it and tell everyone how to do it. Which is like,
for sure.
You don't get that in like banking industry, or like that security industry or all these other like things, it's all like, no, we never tell anyone anything. So I think it's just because it's a bunch of nerds getting excited about stuff. So it's like
fair. I'm also in the, on Reddit, the indie game dev subreddit. I love hanging out in there because there's a lot of that too, where people are like, "Oh, I just made this thing for my game. How does it look?" And so it's a lot of other devs like chiming in and stuff. And again, it's a lot of me just like flying the wall, just listening and being like, "Oh, this is so cool." I love seeing how a lot of this stuff is made.
Game dev fun. It's funny because you have like people there who've never made a game before giving their opinion right next to like really experienced developers, and like half the time it's the person who's never done anything like who's getting upvoted.
Yes, that 100%. I have noticed that quite a bit, and now I'm actually thinking, did you post the Drifter in that subreddit?
No, I haven't. No, but someone has.
Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, have I? I can't remember where I spotted the Drifter first. Now that I think about it, maybe it was just in that list of.
Well, it's
Reddit's
a bit funny for it's a bit funny for with self what do you call it, self promotion. So you kind of have to pretend you're just writing a kind of. It's a bit weird, So I'm always happy if someone else is like, hey, this game looks cool, and post it. It's like, oh, cool, now it's sorted. I'll just upvote it.
For sure. So one, chat, you've heard your assignment. You need to go post on Reddit about the Drifter. But no, that is fair. And actually, I even see it in the indie game dev subreddit because people will be like, oh, what do you guys think of my capsule image? But it's sort of like written in a way that it's sort of like also I'm releasing a game.
Yeah, totally.
There's a bit of I'm trying to get feedback on this thing, but also this thing
They
exists,
sort of wait
and
for
it'd be
someone
cool.
to say. Someone has to comment. Oh, can you post the link? I'd like to see what the game is. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is.
Yeah. Oh, how funny. Yeah. Oops. Guess I should do that. So okay. Also, from a game dev's perspective, what is it like seeing people play your game? Like, if have you ever just like looked up Crawl on Twitch or watched a YouTube playthrough? What is that?
Oh,
like
yeah, definitely.
for you?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think once there's a bit of distance, it's really, I don't really like it. Yeah. At the moment, I'm still like, don't want to look for the drifter.
Yeah. No,
it's
totally
just too
fair.
close. And I can't handle it if someone goes like, oh, I didn't like that bit or whatever. Whereas, in like, a couple of months, I'm like, oh, I didn't like that bit. That's interesting. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I kind of, you get a little bit of distance and then it's fine. But
and then you can
especially
like learn from it and stuff. But
exactly. Yeah. But every time I've done like a little game jam, it's like, I think it's even, it's just as satisfying seeing people playing the like tiny little game jams as it is the big ones. Because the big games like the Drifter, people like really love it. It's like, yeah, well, of course you love it. I spent 6 years on it. It's like, whereas if someone loves like the thing I spent a day on, I'm like, wow, they love this thing on it.
I love that.
And it's like a lot less pressure. Yeah, that's the thing, that the big games, it's like, oh, it's so much pressure put on myself, So, yeah.
I know, I love that. Okay, so and then sort of lastly, what is like for people who are like interested in getting into game dev or coding, any aspect of it? What do you have any sort of like advice or just like a
Yeah. So we've got like a bunch of people making games on our Discord and stuff. And usually the advice I give is, well, I'll see people like trying to like work on their big game idea, like their magnum opus as their first thing. They've got like this idea they've always wanted to make their whole life, and now they're making it, But yeah, no, it's always the same advice, which is just like make something tiny, which I think people hear a lot, but they're like, I don't want to make something tiny. I want to make my big idea. So the way I like to think about it is like, make something for one person, like make it for your mum or like your gran or your brother or your housemate. So then it's just like, oh, well, there's no point making this giant thing just for one person just to make my friend laugh. But I can make like really dumb, like tiny little thing, and it'll have value because it's just making my friend laugh. So it's got a purpose, Whereas if you just make, because I see this on the r/gamedev a lot. People are like, I don't want to make Pong, and everyone's like, oh, you should make Pong as your first game, It's like, I don't want to make Pong either. But if I made Pong and it was like my two friends beating each other up with I don't know, there's some like in joke we've got about them throwing something to each other, then suddenly it's like, oh, that'd be funny. I'm going to make that, And then you've learned how to program basic movement and like get sprites and art and sound effects in the game, and you've learned all these things, which you like, then that's another tool in your toolkit. So that's the reason. Totally. I guess people say to do a small thing, and now you've learned how to release a game on itch.io and say, hey, I made a dumb game about my friend.
Yeah.
So
that's
cool.
That's
definitely that's I reckon, if you want to make a game, it's not hard to make a tiny game. Like, it doesn't have to be good because it's just for your friend.
And I'm sure just being able to like finish a project, you learn so much through that and stuff. So that totally makes sense.
Finishing a game is like a big thing to learn, And just to like, once you've done that, if you enjoyed the whole thing of like starting, like making and releasing a game, then you're going to want to keep doing it, and you're going to just keep, it'll be a new hobby you've got, and you'll keep doing it, and then that's how you get good. It's like playing an instrument. Like, if you don't enjoy practicing or playing a song, like playing the instrument, you're not going to get good because you won't play it. You can't skip to the end where you're writing an orchestra or something.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So, all right, well, the Drifter is released. What does like the next like 2 weeks look like for you? Are you like
it's actually weird because like the whole time it's been like, okay, I know what the next thing is to do, and now it's like, I'm not too sure what thing I should do next. I mean, there's just like, if people find bugs, I'll fix bugs and patch it or whatever. But then it's just like, on Monday it's like, I don't actually know exactly what the next thing I should do. I guess I can just choose to something I want to do. Like, because there's a few things that would be fun to add, just like options menus for like video filter kind of things that'd be kind of fun. So pretty easy things to add like that. And then but also just like have a bit of not even just not necessarily a break, like as in a big holiday, but just like take it easy and like I can like do some other random little bits and bobs. Like I have this the kind of, I'm using Unity, but there's a toolkit I've built called PowerQuest that a bunch of other devs are using to make adventure games as well. So cool. I've got to update that, release that, because I've made a lot of fixes and changes over the last few months and haven't updated it for ages. But yeah, that's a big part of what I've been really enjoying, that community we have like on our Discord, making adventure games and sharing that tool and like working on that tool as well. So there's bits I can do for that. And I do have another project which I've kind of been doing. Is a series of game jams that's I think will be my palette cleanser, small project.
Nice.
So I can just like do the last part of that last chapter and then wrap that up and put it on Steam. And then it can be like, it's very niche. It's like an EGA, very like callback to like 90s nostalgia. So it's like, it's a much smaller audience. So it's never going to be something that's going to be that I can like make big for a big audience or anything. So it's very nostalgic though. So it's like, it's nice. Very cozy project.
That'll be cool to see. That'll be. I feel like, especially now, I feel now more invested in Powehoof for sure. And so I feel like I'll be following you guys quite a bit to see sort of then like, well, what's the next thing? And boy, do I hope there are more Aussie voice actors in it, because I have loved it.
I don't think we'll always have to put Adrian in our games. I think like he's done about he's probably done like 50 different voices. Like, most of them are like comedy, so they're like just wacky cartoon voices. But no, definitely.
I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it so far. And again, I have been very much enjoying the Drifter, and I know my community really loves like point and click games, and especially like I'm a huge mystery fan, so like this thriller vibe that you've got going on, I'm like, okay, what's gonna happen? I'm curious, so I'm very interested. So thank you for making this game, because I've been very excited about it ever since I played the demo. But also thank you for popping in and answering some questions, and because I feel like this is I'm very interested in how game dev works from more of a fan perspective. So this has been just very cool, kind of hearing your side of the journey and all that. And it's going to make, I think, playing the rest of the Drifter also very interesting as well, because I'm going to be like, oh, this is, I kind of get a sense for what this journey has been like for you. So thank you for spending time with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, and friends, if you have not, please go. The Steam link is pinned in the chat. Please go and wishlist the game, and also buy it. But at the very least, go wishlist it, because as far as I know, that does help. I've heard that helps.
It's all good. Yeah.
One of our Aussies says, "Cheers, Dave the Dev." But Dave, thank you for joining me. I would like to, before ending stream, I'm going to try to finish the end of, to get to the end of chapter 2.
Awesome.
So we'll continue from there. But again, thank you for joining me and hopping into this call.
No worries.
But yeah, thank you very much. I will, I'll message you after all of this, but thank you again for joining me.
Cool.
Friends, say goodbye to Dave. And again, go wishlist the game. See you, Dave. Bye.
Bye.
And perfect. Friends, thank you for being here and joining me for this this little interview interlude. That was so cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We are going to, I have to run ads. So we're gonna BRB, and then we'll switch back into the game. Friends, go stand up, grab a snack, grab a drink, and we will BRB.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
And welcome back, friends. And we are back in the game. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Again, big thank you to Dave for... Hold on, I feel like... Can I pause the... Nope, he's just gonna keep doing the thing. Let's just keep blowing leaves. Let me mute that. So I can think. A big thank you to Dave for joining me on stream. It was very fun to have a dev pop in and get to ask him questions about the game and the journey and all that. So that was, I think, very cool, very, very cool to be able to I don't know, have a neat guest. We sometimes have guests, but it's cool to be able to actually like talk to a dev about their game and all that. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that was something that was fun for you. Maybe we'll be able to do that in the future as well. So, but anyway, we're going to try to get to the end of chapter 2 here. We'll kind of continue for a bit, and then we'll stop after there. We'll pause there. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, oh, so Lego, welcome in. Sorry, I saw you come in, but I was, focused on interviewing. But I hope you're doing well. All right. So we are at the cemetery. He just threw some money at us. Do we have the money? No, we do not. Though I slept through most of it. That's fine.
I told you to leave.
Could I, like...
Shoot.
Okay.
As much as I'd like to put this through his head, he is just doing his job.
Fair. Violent mind, consider braining the caretaker. It was an achievement, so... I've been lurking for ages. Well, I'm glad. Thank you for the lurks. Appreciate it. All right. Let's, Oh, maybe we can break into the...
Can't wait for Annie here, or he'll call the cops.
Maybe we can break into the thing. It was required then, right? That's how I feel.
Fuck it. Okay, that felt good. Shit.
Aww.
Bloody kids.
Oh?
I wait and watch. Wet leaves cling to my neck like cold, dead fingers. I think of the bodies in the reservoir. The sudden silence snaps me out of it.
Can't hide it forever. Can I take this? Cool. Oh, whoops. I don't know why we need that, but just in case.
Nothing in the caretaker's coat but an oversized handkerchief.
What are you still doing here? I told you, leave!
Okay, I'm going.
And give me that!
Sorry. I was just minding it for you.
Get lost!
Oh, can we use... Looks like I don't need a key from this side.
Can't quite get it.
Okay.
I reach further in, trying to get my shoulder through. Bloody hell.
Oh, it's like motion censored? Okay, hold on. Let's take this. Maybe I need to use this on the leaves. Maybe he won't hear the alarm going off if he's like...
I could be a prick and blow him around, but he'd just hear and come running.
Right. Makes sense. I never picked up those coins.
Nothing but bare pews inside. Nowhere to hide even if I break in. Better to wait by her grave.
What are you still...
Okay.
I'm going.
Give me.
Uh,
Get lost.
Okay. If we go this way.
I'll go to Mum's plot and wait there.
Okay.
The path leads through a maze of overgrown headstones and crypt-peppered hills. This place is huge. I need the location of Mum's plot, or I'll be wandering around forever.
Okay. Let's look through here again. Controls for the burglar
Alarm system looks like it needs a code.
Leather-bound book.
I grabbed the pamphlet. Tourist crap about the cemetery. During the gold rush, the hills were mined extensively. Once the seam was dry, settlers sealed off shafts and used the entrances as crypts. Interesting, but not particularly helpful. Though there's a map of the city on the back that might be.
Mawson. Okay, hold on. Let's keep looking.
I reach in as far as I can.
Bloody hell.
Can I don't see a sensor. I wonder if I can, like... I wonder if I can cover a sensor with, like, the handkerchief or something? Also, while we're here...
Swallowing my pride, I snatch up the coins.
Okay.
Still not enough for a coach out of town.
I wonder if I can, like, throw it at something. So we have the handkerchief. Is there anything else here? Yeah, no. What happens if I go this way? Oh, I can leave. Oh! Railway overpass by the reservoir. I'm in no hurry to return there. The newspaper office. Mom's final resting place. Huh. What would I use this for? Oh, we could repay him.
Thank you.
He squints up at me.
Say, sure you can spare it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, here. Look like you could use some squeeze at least.
He passes me a dirty plastic Coke bottle, half full of metho.
Oh boy.
Camping fuel or cleaner. Squeeze it through some cloth and you get 95% denatured alcohol. The other 5% will turn you blind. But what have I got to lose? Thanks. I take a swig, coughing like a kid with their first tequila.
Jesus! This stuff would strip the paint off a stop sign.
He laughs his horrid, gap-toothed laugh, and I can't help but grin back.
Okay. Oh, we can ask him stuff.
Seen a suspicious guy in a yellow jacket?
Seen lots of fellas.
I think he's after me. Him and a bunch of soldiers or something.
He's a Malinji.
I think he's with the Malinji.
Aye, they can disguise themselves as people, you know. But don't remember that one.
So you've heard of the Malinji?
Heard of them? They picked me up.
They did?
Took me to their saucer, did something to me head, then let me go.
Oh, right.
They tried to buy me off, but I wasn't having it.
Men in black suits with green goggles, right?
Not goggles. Eyes. And not men.
So...
Monsters.
Monsters.
From space?
Yeah, okay. Got it.
I will say... Okay, claims he was abducted by the Malinji, but he thinks they're space aliens. Too much to squeeze, I guess. Or too much squeeze, I guess. I wonder if there is some truth to that. Because apparently Angela also mentioned something about seeing a saucer of some kind. I wonder if there's going to be, like, a thing. But I don't know. That seems ridiculous, but also maybe partially true.
Hey, what would you say if I told you I'd gone back in time?
They got you too. There's no way out, mister. I tried. Rope, pills, nothing works. And then my aunt came back with me. She...
He grabs the bottle, takes a frantic gulp. But how can this happen?
The saucer man! I told you!
He seems to withdraw into himself. Okay. Not getting more out of him than that. Heard any stories of guys like us flipping out? Going nuts?
I have. And spent some time in Greens for it myself. Started seeing things, you know? Thought some lady was me dead aunt. Tried burying her again. But I got this now, don't I?
He pokes at the grubby bottle.
Me medicine.
Only it's slowly killing him.
Okay. Oh. Hello?
Is he trying to get up or down? Either way, gonna bloody well get himself killed.
I need to... Hello?
Need a hand, mate?
Oh, gosh.
You all right?
Yes, quite all right.
What were you...
Love to stay and chat, but, things to do.
Odd fellow.
Okay. Well, there's the thing. That weirdo's umbrella ended up stuck on that ledge, fluttering in the wind.
It's out of reach. A good gust of wind will knock it down if I wait long enough.
You mean a good gust of wind like this?
I aim the leaf blower at the brolly. It only flutters, protected by the ledge it's stuck on.
You mean... like this?
Come on.
I like that animation. Okay, so we have an umbrella. Now, I've considered... I mean, there's no way we'd be able to get through that window.
Bam!
Polar opposite! Thank you so much for gifting us up to Mana to the T! I appreciate it. How are you? So, can I...
That nut job might be willing to risk his neck, but I'm not.
Okay.
Windows are all barred anyway.
Okay. It had my thought, then. But how are you? Alright, let's go back here.
Hey!
Oh, here. I think this is yours. I hold out the leaf blower. He snatches it, glaring, and stalks off.
I'm doing good. Doing good. So, okay. Let me look at this. Shelves of files and old books along one wall. We have the controls for the burglar alarm. Oh, Okay. I don't have that brick anymore. Can I get another brick? No. I was thinking if I could...
Broly's no good there.
Okay. I was thinking if I could break that glass, I would be closer to that. There's no... So we don't see like a sensor. I was lurking but wanted to drop a sub before I head off to bed. Well, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Thank you for being here, and I hope you get some good sleep.
Not dirtying the handkerchief on that.
Okay. We have a knife, a lighter, the reporter's card, mini cassette tape, the headline of the paper, proclaims my fugitive status. We have a newspaper, the handkerchief, the map. The canvas is torn, making it useless for keeping the rain off. There's nothing.
I reach out with the brolly, hoping to snag the book.
Is it gonna...
Bloody hell.
Okay. Maybe I can I turn the knob with the... I wonder if I can turn the knob with, the umbrella. Is he gonna come back out?
Not while he's still in.
Okay, also it looks like the,
Locked. Nowhere to... Better to...
can't interact with that anymore.
What are you?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going. Let's try seeing if we can maybe open the door somehow with the umbrella. Even though, I mean, every time we reach in, it seems to go off, but... Oh.
Come on. Got it.
Excellent. So the alarm doesn't go off this way. Okay. Let's look at this.
Bloody hell.
What? Okay, maybe we first go to the alarm, I guess. I don't see where it, like, where's that sensor? That's what I want to know. Seems like... I don't know how it's seeing us.
Locked. Nowhere to hide. Better to...
Should come back. And there he is. Yeah, I'm gone. Yeah. Did he lock it again? Nope. Cool. Alright. Can I, like...
Not dirtying that.
Where is this sensor?
I punch in some random numbers. Bloody hell.
Okay. How did... Okay, wait a minute. How did that sensor... I mean, how did it first go off when I... Is it motion activated? How can I walk to... Okay. Maybe I'm missing... The actual, like, because obviously it's not random numbers. Going to the book set off the,
No, it's better to wait.
What are you still?
Okay, I'm...
Is there... Hold on, actually. They're like...
Not dirtying the handkerchief. Alcohol had helped clean the graffiti off the map, but there's not enough left in the lighter. Not dirtying the handkerchief. Not dirtying...
Oh, I see. So...
I rub at the graffiti. No good. Needs something stronger than elbow grease.
Maybe... Will that guy... I wonder if he'll trade me his alcohol. Would you like an
Won't
umbrella?
help.
Okay. Would you like a lighter?
Don't think so.
There's nothing... Oh.
Think I could have another nip?
A bit boorish, ain't it?
You make it yourself?
Squeezed it through my own sock.
Cool.
Hey!
Oh.
Thanks. I hand back the bottle.
Anytime.
Okay, hold on. I need that again.
Think I could have...
Aye.
I take another slug.
Oh.
You could... That's why he says you could strip paint off of this. Oh, wait, hey, we got
Douse the rag
another
in foul
cheapo
liquid.
for drinking 3 times. Okay.
Hey!
Yeah. I didn't know how to give it back to you.
Thank my hand back.
Nice. Okay, so now we go back.
I go to work on the layers of spray paint. Metho works a treat. It's not exactly like new, but it's readable. The map shows the cemetery, divided into sections with numbers for plots. Without knowing Mum's plot number, it's not much use.
Right. Okay, so we cleaned that up. It's still wet.
The map shows this without...
Okay. Could we... So we need the plot number. This is probably where it is, but it seems like when we walk into the light, it seems to notice us.
Not dirtying the handkerchief.
I mean, the handkerchief is pretty dirty at this point. Oh, can I...
I reach out with the brolly, hoping to snag the book.
This alarm system is quite advanced. It's a good one. They invested in a good one. Is there... I mean...
Nowhere to hide, even if better to wait.
Can't put that back.
Nowhere to hide, better to wait.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like...
What are you still...
Okay.
Yeah. And we need the
map shows the cemetery without
cemetery number. We have to get that from here, because we have a newspaper. And we said that it wasn't in there. Controls for the burglar shelves and books full of files. Can I look at this?
Bloody hell.
I tried. Oh, can I watch him put in the code? Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm a dummy. I'm such a dummy.
He's fiddling with the alarm, but I can't see from here. He's putting in the code. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, for Christ's sake.
Can I...
I wait a minute or two.
Of course. That's why they have this looping thing, is so that you can go see the code.
1, 2, 3, done.
Okay.
I can't find anything useful here. No map of the plots, at least. Carter. Here it is. Section D, plot 47. Carter. Must be her.
Okay. I think that's all we needed.
I need the location of Mum's plot, or I'll be wandering around forever.
Oh, do we not? I mean... not get it?
Yep, Carter. Section D, plot 47.
Oh, okay. Now, look at the map.
All right, Section D.
Smart.
Over here. Got it.
I got it.
Should be here somewhere. Andrew Sullivan, 1926 to 1982. Devoted father.
Massive iron bark has uprooted across the path, tearing out a slab of rock and mud.
Alison O'Leary, 1944 to 1987. Beloved daughter, sister, friend, and poet. Another old grave, but...
Oh?
This is hers. How could she... Ah! What's going on? Why is she buried already?
You weren't there.
Alec?
You missed the funeral, Dad.
But... I thought... It screams at me from my subconscious, that thought. But it's slippery. Black ice on asphalt. And I'm spinning out.
You should say something.
Yes. I guess I could say a few words. Shit, I'm no good at these things. Mum, I pause. That thought still niggles. This isn't right. This isn't right. Broly's no good there. I'd only blunt the knife. This isn't right.
Is it gonna be mine or something? A pungent bouquet obscures.
Kneeling down, I set the flowers aside. Wrong Carter. A laugh escaped my throat as a sob. This is your grave. Alec! Oh, God, Alec! I'm sorry!
I don't want to stop, but we will stop. We'll stop here and we'll continue it next time. Let's save and quit. Gosh, I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a blast with this. How many achievos do I have? I have 4 of 18. I'm sure I missed some in the first chapter. Okay, so his son is dead. And he did not seem to know that? Or maybe blocked it out. Unsure. But, friends, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. Very much appreciate you guys. And again, a thank you, one, to the devs for giving me a code for the game, but also thank you again. We had the very amazing Dave Lloyd join us for just a brief little interview, and I had a blast. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for being here, Sassy. Thank you to Dave for joining me for the interview. That was very fun. Hope to chat with more devs in the future. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, Lego, thank you for being here too. No stream tomorrow. Next week we'll be playing Donkey Kong and the Drifter. Thank you, Dave the Dev. I love that. We'll be playing both of these. So we will be playing more of the Drifter and more of Donkey Kong. So if you're in for both, I hope to see you guys around next week. We'll keep playing until we'll keep playing the Drifter until we finish it. This might be the type of game where I 100% it off stream, but I feel like this would be like easier to 100%. Anyway, friends, make sure if you have not, go ahead and go to the Drifters Steam page and drop them a wish list. And if you're interested in the game, purchase it yourself. You can beat it before we finish it on stream. But friends, that is it for us today. Before we leave, let me just give a couple thank yous to Yimit for the 140 stream streak, Emmers for the 130 stream streak. Also, Coffee Kangaroo, thank you so much for resubscribing. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sazaki, thank you so much for the raid. Polar Opposite, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you. Friends, thank you for the chats and the lurks. You guys have all been wonderful. But yeah, I will see you guys Monday for probably, we'll do Donkey Kong on Monday and then the Drifter on Tuesday and then probably switch off. What about my 2-stream streak? Thank you for your 2-stream streak, Lego. Appreciate it. But friends, that is it for us today. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all of you. I hope you have a great, wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you guys again next time. Bye-bye!